The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Feeding Our Earth. My name is Amrita and I'm the host of today's episode. Today's episode is on Tai Chi and Qigong, the ancient Chinese medicine, the art of directing your mind and body practices, and the art of revitalizing yourself and cultivating the Qi. To know about it and to also learn the healing modalities of Tai Chi and Qigong and practice, we have some experts who will be guiding us, and also we'll be knowing from the practitioners worldwide how it is practiced, what are the benefits, and how we can benefit ourselves from it. But before, let's start with the Gayatri Mantra. I'm holding this affirmation. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. It's the 27th anniversary of Tai Chi and Qigong, World Tai Chi Qigong Day, and therefore, to celebrate this anniversary, the 27th year, we are here together to bring to people the knowledge about Tai Chi and Qigong. These kind of traditional systems of medicine, which are very versatile in every culture and different parts of the world, and are practiced in different places in small ways, how these kind of traditional medicine systems contribute for the wellness and well-being of individuals, we will be hearing from a lot of people who will be joining us today. And that's why these kind of days are so special to be made for the public and for the public awareness, so that these medicine systems and practices, which are in different parts of the world, in different sections, can be spread all over the world, so that the aroma of the wellness can be benefited by everybody. For this, I'm very warmly welcoming our episode producer of Tai Chi and Qigong, Keith Sharp. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome and good afternoon. Keith Sharp has been into this practice since more than 30 years and is aiming to get this into the mainstream medicine system with the government accreditation. With all the efforts of people who are practicing Tai Chi and Qigong, there has been a great effort from people worldwide to bring it into the mainstream practicing system so that a lot of people can benefit from them. Therefore, today's episode, I welcome him and also would like to share few things that he shares for people regarding what is Tai Chi and Qigong for everybody to know before we bring in our guests for today. So, global namaste and very warm welcome once again.
Thank you very much. Global namaste to everybody. And I want to quickly get into speakers, but I'm still waiting for connections from one or two of them. So I'm going to be rather hopeful that instead of actually starting with Tevye, because I don't see him on the screen here, is that I have a very good friend up here called James McRitchie, guest contributor. Could we open the screen for James?
Global
James,
namaste.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon, James.
I've unmuted.
You are unmuted
Okay.
now.
You're
Can you hear me?
unmuted, James, so we can hear you. And as a person who I've known now for some years, I'd like to do a quick introduction with James, is that he was a co-founder of the National Qigong Association in America. He also spent 30 years in Colorado setting up acupuncture schools right throughout the area. Now lives in his hometown of Liverpool, so he's what we call a true Scouser, but I can't remember whether he's red or blue. Red or blue, Jim?
The which?
Are you a red or blue?
Purple.
Liverpool,
purple.
red. All right, okay. So if you don't mind, Jim, I'm going to hand over to you straight away and see how we can bring things back on course if necessary.
Oh, okay. Am I okay now? You can hear me okay?
Perfect.
Great. Well, thank you, Neil, and Keith and Amrita and everybody else involved for inviting me to take part in this event. I should perhaps first say that I'm primarily a clinical practitioner. I have an organization called the Personal Energy Center. From my perspective, I consider that the term personal energy cultivation is the best translation into English of the unfamiliar Chinese word Qigong. So I called my organization the Personal Energy Center. And I should also say I'm not engaged in Tai Chi, but in Qigong. My focus is on Neigong and cultivating the Jindan golden elixir, which is internal practice of meditation, not the Weigong, external movement and exercise. And at a rough estimate, I'd say 90% of what people see as Qigong is external, what's called Weigong, and 10% is probably the internal practice. I've been in practice as my primary profession since 1977, which is 49 years now, which amazes me. It's just like I'm getting the hang of it. I'm beginning to kind of like get to know how to do it. That's a lot of people and treatments. And for 35 years, I practiced classical acupuncture using needles. For most of that time, I lived in Colorado in the US in a town called Boulder. In 2013, for all the reasons, I've moved back to my hometown in England, which, as Keith said, is a place called Liverpool. You've probably heard of it. It's a little like New York in that it's not quite part of the mainland culture. And when I moved back here, I realized, having studied and practiced Qigong over the previous 15 or 20 years, including training in China and, attending a dozen international conferences and writing books, I no longer needed to use needles. I now call what I do Qigong acupuncture. No needles, no ouch. Just the chi energy of myself and my patients and the environment and the season. Everyone seems happy about that, including me. As a clinical practitioner, my primary focus and concern is people's energy system and getting it operating correctly according to the pulses. This is known as pulse reading. I might be getting a bit technical here, but Keith asked me to kind of like talk about what it is I do. And I'll kind of, open this out a little later. We just got a short time here. For those people who do not already know, in Chinese medicine, the primary objective is to get people's qi energy working right, which is read on a procedure called reading the pulses. This is described in the Huangti Neijing, the Yellow Emperor's Classic on Internal Medicine, that was published in 240 BCE. That's 2,250 years. That's 100 generations. It's not a clinical trial. It's provided first-line healthcare for a quarter of the world's population for the whole of recorded history. So, how is a person's chi energy read and measured? Well, there are 12 pulses, 6 on each wrist. And if you're not familiar with this, I'll just say there are 3 positions, the front, the middle, and the rear on both sides. And there's 2 levels, the surface and the deep. And so what you feel when you read pulses is you can read and diagnose and measure someone's energy system and how it's functioning. Now, what this is in reality is in the front, you've got the surface is the small intestine, deep is the heart, and then the gallbladder and the liver and the bladder and the kidney. And on the right side, you've got the large intestine and the lungs and the stomach, and then deep, the spleen and pancreas. And then in the rear position, surface, a thing called a triple heater that controls the temperature of the torso, amongst other things. And then the pericardium, whose job and function is to protect the heart from insult and injury. That's how it's described in the classics. And what the objective is here is to get this working correctly so that you have the right balance and free flow and quality, volume, and relationship. All that together constitutes what I consider or define as correct function of your energy system amongst all the components at every level. is otherwise could be known as health. And it affects every level of a person through what's known as something called the table of correspondence. This ties together the four levels of the physical level of the organs and tissues, the level of the emotions and feelings and what we might call the soul, the level of the mind and the consciousness, and then the higher level of what we might call the transpersonal spirit. So what I'm concerned with is the anatomy and physiology of the energy structure system, its structure and function, what it is and how it works. And when someone has all that working properly, then the symptoms and problems usually diminish and often disappear, and they feel better and healthy. And then my job is to help them maintain that. And one thing I do is to teach the people who want to do this Qigong, Neigong practices, so they can maintain their own energy themselves. I teach a 9-month training program called the 8 Extraordinary Meridians, which is 3 12-week programs. It's described in a book that's available free on my website. The website is www.personalenergycenter.com. Not difficult to remember. And you can just go there and get it. And there's a video of the first 12-week sections, and it's also free. For me, the simplest description of Qigong, my elevator speech, which is, you got to be able to say it in the distance between one floor if you're in an elevator or a lift. This is my elevator speech. The Qigong increases the volume and heightens the frequency of your energy and puts it under your own conscious control. So I've been teaching and promoting Qigong here in Liverpool. I've done 22 programs of 9-month classes in the past 13 years, a couple of classes a week. But England is a different environment than the US, I will say that. It has not taken off like a rocket ship, like things do there, with their American renowned entrepreneurial spirit, but it's slowly seeping out like a tea bag in a teapot, and it requires patience and compassion. And I've written 5 books on Qigong, 3 with publishing companies, which are available through my personal distributor that's called Amazon.com. You may have heard of them. But the other 2 books are available free on my website. One is a clinical autobiography for any interested clinical practitioners. So that's a kind of like background for where I am coming from. And on a social level, when I was in the US, I was involved in creating an organization called the National Qigong Association, the NQA. Their website is nqa.org. Easy to understand. If you go there, there's a fabulous website. They've got hundreds of members. They're all over the country. It's been very successful. This was originated with Roger Yankee, who was a friend of mine. Many people know Roger. He's been very prolific and, solid in promoting Qigong. And also my partner and wife at the time, Damaris Jarbo. We kind of met at a Qigong conference in Beijing in 1993. But it was also created by a local Boulder attorney called Berkeley Freeman, who wrote the Constitution and bylaws. In 1996, we produced a conference in Boulder, and 9 presenters who attended signed the document, with 3 others signing on later. So there were 12 people that launched it. And one of the presenters, my friend Jesse Damon, went to downtown Denver first thing Monday morning and filed it with the Secretary of State. And hey presto, it came into being. This year it celebrates its 30th anniversary. The NQA took off all over the US, and all kinds of wonderful people joined it, including our very own Bill Douglas. Bill and his wife Angela went on to create the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. But I am told that initially he called it World Tai Chi Day. But Roger and Solala Taula and Michael Wynn and others ganged up on him at one of the conferences and got him to add Qigong. And here we are now, all over the planet, with formal bodies and governments endorsing it, and the United Nations and the World Health Organization involved. Global Transformation Project is one of the offshoots, which just goes to show that if you have the right vision and you weigh it, the world aligns with you. So, in a sense, what's happened? Qigong, from my perspective, has, when I started, there were like 2 books that you could get, and you know, there was nothing available. There was no internet. Everything was like telephones. I think we had faxes, but we had stamps and envelopes. But since then, Qigong has blasted out far and wide. There's a vast proliferation in the last few years, an enormous expansion of styles and teachers and options. I personally get at least a promotion every day, sometimes 3 or 4 a day on my email, and witness the proliferation of Qigong. There's world and global and international forums and multitudes of teachers offering every level of program on the internet. There's 150 websites teaching the microcosmic orbit, thousands of teachers, organizations, films being made like Sharon Rose's award-winning Quantum Chi, which she will be telling you about later, which is a fabulous kind of, you know, film. Keith is spearheading with others the Global Expert Advisory Group, the GEAG, with the vision to see Tai Chi and Qigong for health and well-being fully recognized and respected and integrated as part of the principal complementary therapies within the global healthcare and wellness system. The GEAG envisions a future where these evidence-based mind-body methods are universally accessible, professionally delivered, and valued for their profound contributions to both individuals and societal well-being. And academics are discussing Tai Chi and Qigong relationship to healthcare. And there's a conference at Harvard University. And once all of this is agreed and established within our own community, it will then have to overcome the hurdle of Western medical community. And then, oh my goodness, the politicians. You know, I mean, this has got a ways to go, but it's certainly headed in the right direction. In the meantime, I have a proposal which I think would expand Qigong multitudes of times, maybe add 100 million people today. There's a style of Qigong called Lulu Dao Yin. It's described as letting the body move in response to music, allowing it to move in whichever way it wants to. It's otherwise known as spontaneous Qigong. In the West, it's called rock and roll. When you dance to rock and roll, you let the body move in response to music, allowing it to move in whichever way it wants to, sometimes for extended times, all night long, feeling the rhythms and the energy flow, sometimes in large numbers, thousands of people at festivals. And afterwards, your chi, energy, blood and fluids are open and flowing, and it feels good, and you want to do it again. I don't know if there's any classes which teach you to rock and roll correctly, but everyone seems to know how to do it. So we've just increased the number of people performing Qigong by hundreds of millions all over the planet. They just didn't know it until now. So next time you're in the clubs raving and rocking away, Keith, tell everyone they're doing a classical form of Qigong. It's called Lulu Dao Yin. Rock and Chi and Kong and Roll. Listen, Paul McCartney's 83, Mick Jagger's 82, and they've both just released new albums. And, you know, Keith Sharp, I don't know the exact dates, but he's starting this global organization. So, rock on. If you're ever in Liverpool, please drop by for a cup of tea and maybe even a biscuit, or what they call in the US, a cookie. For anyone interested in more information about what I'm doing or wish to engage any further, my website again, www.personalenergycenter.com. So thank you. I hope that added something to the conversation. So back to you, Keith.
Thank you very much, Jim. And I want to share a screen with you, and as much as I take a lot of pride in being able to talk with people like you, Jim, in terms of my visions, my aims, which sometimes I query myself, but with your backing, your support, advice and guidance, mentoring, I find absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much. And I'm sure our friends on Healing Our Earth have really, really enjoyed this view into Nigong, Qigong, the NQA, and where we want to go with healing our earth. Thank you very much indeed. I've not got any response back from Tevye, and I think Malcolm is coming on a little bit nearer 3 o'clock. And so I'm hoping that I can fill in a few words at the moment regarding standards, if I may. Would that be okay, Amrita?
Yes, yes, in fact, very nice talk, James. It's really nice to know about the different perspective, and especially I was very much influenced by your approach when you talked about that it's not the outer movement of the body, but it is the inner movement of the body, and how do you move the subtle part of that body is the real energy. So that kind of work, I think, is the very beautiful part of your approach towards energizing an individual. And I also personally feel that this kind of energy-centered approach of an individual brings a lot of peace and tranquility to not the physical self, but the subtle self. And the subtle self, when it is very peaceful, it already knows the doorway where it has to go. And that's what brings an immense peace physically and in the environment around. So,
Jim, any response?
yeah, so I really
From me.
liked that. Yes,
Yeah. Would you
James.
like to respond to Amrita?
I have this little thing that I do with the cab drivers when I'm taking a cab, which I do to go into my office, because I have an office, it's in town, and it's just easy to get in, and it costs a cup of coffee to do it, And I talk to these cab drivers, and they're just ordinary guys, ordinary Liverpool Scousers, they're called usually, and they usually
Yeah,
start.
you got everything. Let me send it to you again, okay? Let me send you again. Okay.
The which I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
hear.
please carry on. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, very well.
Okay, so I say to these guys, they always start off, "Oh, what are you doing today? Are you kind of like having a pint of beer? This is like 11 o'clock in the morning or something." And I'm going, "Oh, well, no, I'm going in to my office." And they say, "What do you do?" It's kind of, they must do this to everybody that gets in their cab. And I say to them, just to kind of tweak it, I say, "What I do is what everybody in the world wants and needs. I've got something that everybody wants and needs." And they go, "Oh God, here we go." Some of the nutcase, they think, right. And they say, "Okay, so what's that?" And I go, "More energy and more life." And they go, "I want that. Where can I get it? How do I get that?" Give them a little flyer and say, "Okay, well, you can sign up, give me a call, get a free consultation." But I think that, more energy and more life, and the better your energy and the better your life is the kind of, normal language that I have to use here in where I'm living.
I also have one more question from you, James. Do you think this chi, the energy, is derived from the same energy is in the plants and the animals and the nature as well?
One of the other things that I'm really engaged in is what I call Tao studies. Tao is Tao, otherwise known as
Tao studies, yeah,
Dao. It's the
Taoism,
great
yes.
Tao. It's like the Tao Te Ching, etc., etc. And two characteristics of what they call the Tao are that it is ineffable. It's an English word, and it's a strange thing to say because it means it can't be described in words. You can't describe it in language. It's ineffable. And the other term, which I just hadn't really understood this word until recently, is that it is immanent. Not imminent like about to happen, but immanent, which means it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's like if you were a fish in water, it would be like the water. It's everywhere. So part of, I think, the highest level that I've been able to see what they're talking about in the classics, like the Canton Chi and the Wu Jianpian and some of the great Taoist kind of things, is that it's just we are living in a chi field. The chi field is everywhere. And our task, in a sense, is being able to access that or let it flow through us. And part of the practices, you can do all kinds of things, use the palms and the feet and circle the energy into you and do all kinds of, bring this in and send it out. I don't use my own energy. I haven't got enough of it. I need what I've got, for myself. But I can just open up and bring it in and pass it through and mix the kind of formula in the middle, Chongmo, etc., that's needed for whatever that person needs that I'm treating. So
Right.
it's everywhere. Yes, it's in the plants, and it's in, what it really is in, and I've been so blessed to have this happened to me recently, is little children. I've just had a little granddaughter, and she's like, I can't believe, how did this happen? That someone she's just like sunshine,
Jim,
But
that's,
anyway,
Oh, great.
I've
Thank you.
just received
Let's
it.
welcome. Yes, let's welcome our founder and director, Neil Kumar, and see what he has to say. Global Namaste, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to you.
And a global namaste to each one of you. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, James. Keith Tavia is here, but like last time, he cannot put his video on. Maybe just say a quick hello to him and we carry on with the others. Tavia, you can unmute yourself because I can't spotlight you without video. Hello, and how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Hello, Tevya.
Hello. Good to see you, Keith.
The platform is all yours. You're ready to go. The shotgun is fired.
Keith, he cannot do that because he's not put the video on.
Oh, dear.
Just say hello to him. We skip
Hello.
and move forward. Maybe Tavia can say what his specialty is. We can't even spotlight him without video.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have White Tiger Qigong. We specialize in Taoist medical Qigong. We've had White Tiger now going on almost 20 years. And I've been focusing with a specialty in medical Qigong, particularly Taoist medical Qigong, for a very long time. And we have over 70,000 students around the world from many different countries and continents. And we have over 200 instructors currently. So what we do is we have ancient Taoist Qigong that we worked with neuroscientists and sports scientists, as well as education experts from Stanford University and Harvard University, to put together a university-style curriculum of ancient Taoist Qigong fused with cutting-edge science. And so we have over 40 courses currently, and our main base is in Vietnam, but we're worldwide currently. We have a cancer program that we've developed. We work with a nonprofit out of London for cancer, as well as Jennifer Golden, who's a cancer survivor, a White Tiger Qigong teacher. That's one of our most popular courses, called Thriving with Cancer. And we've been taught in hospitals in the UAE, as well as the US, and particularly for cancer patients. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell about what we do. And
Tevye, can you explain the importance of your curriculum that you have? Because one of the difficulties that we seem to migrate to quite often is, well, let's just have a Tai Chi session, and there's not really any guidance on looking at what we can do and how we can actually demonstrate it. If I remember rightly, I spoke to you some years ago and said you seem to have a nice professional curriculum that meets many of the standards, particularly of quality assurance and programs that cover risk assessment and health and safety activities. Would that be right?
yeah, so I wrestled with the question is how can we make Qigong accessible and have a certification process that's rigorous enough that retains the integrity of the practice while being able to scale, go on like be able to reach literally millions of people. And that was the question I wrestled with for years. So that's why I worked with education experts from Stanford and Harvard. And so I worked with Dr. Rebecca Rothman from Harvard University and Dr. Adrian Baker from Stanford. And then one of our students, Matthew Jessner, former director of the European Ballet, as well as Cirque du Soleil. And we started integrating rigorous rubrics that we could then apply to different levels. So in our Qigong, we go by 3 levels. We have Jing, Qi, and Shun, the 3 treasures. So you have, how can someone display the Jing? Well, those are the body checkpoints. Where is their hand in the correct place? Is their foot in the correct place? Is the spine in the correct place? The head. Then you have Qi. And how can you actually see Qi? Well, there is actual way that's tangible there's a sports science framework that can explain it very clearly. And a lot of people are unaware of that. And so that was how we developed the level 2 rubrics. Then we have level 3, the spirit. So how can you actually identify if someone has the spirit of the Qigong? So I'll give you an example. We have the 5-element Qigong. And if someone's moving like water, they're going to have a soft fluidity to their movement in the water element. And if they're doing the metal element, it's going to be more hard and rigid. But so when they do the water movement, is their movement too rigid or is it soft and flowing? And when they do the metal element, is it too watery and flowy or is it rigid and hard? So we are able to define each level of training. So we have 3 levels that you go through, that each student will go through. And then the 4th level is the medical Qigong. And that involves Chinese medicine. We go by classical Chinese medicine principles. And the 5th level is the teacher certification. And that's a rigorous process. So we are not the easiest to certify. I'll be the first one to admit it. Most people actually do not pass the test, believe it or not. And so, but we keep the integrity of the practice. And that was one of my main missions, is to retain that integrity, not give that up in the mission to scale. So it's a fine balance point, but I think we've hit the mark there.
Javier, I think that you and I have discussed not only what we're trying to do here in the UK, but what can actually be achieved worldwide. And with our relationship with Healing Our Earth, we're seeing the harmony or the bonding between Chinese traditional exercises, if you wish to call them that, or medical exercises, TCM, but also, and I will stand corrected here by Amrita, but Qi in in Indian, is it related to Dharma? Is there something called Dharma, which is
No, it's related to prana.
Prana, yeah.
Prana, the life force.
I knew I'd get the right correction from you. Thank you very much. So what I want to do is, before I move on to CJ, who I'm glad to say is here, welcome CJ, thank you very much indeed, is that I just want to say that following on from what Tevye has been saying, from what Jim has been saying, we need to actually quantify more of the professions, because we have many people who are offering Tai Chi sessions. Social media now is really taken off. Oh, I've done a class in Tai Chi and Qigong and I can actually offer my services. And we're inundated with these people. So what I want to do a little bit later, is because I want to move on to CJ if I can, is that we need to recognize not just people like Jim, people like Tevye, but realize that we need to educate the physiotherapists. There are 60,000 in the UK. We need to get them alongside us, and therefore it's getting professional standards. And I want to talk to Tevye. He may take this, hopefully you take this the right way, Tevye, but we did talk about you joining the Chartered Institute for the Management for Sports and Physical Activity. And I'd like to raise that again with you, because I think what you have is so desirable, essential. So when I have a few minutes to talk about the Global Expert Advisory Group, I think that will come in nicely. So if I may, I'd like to introduce our friend from Pennsylvania, who I have been discussing things over the last few months. She's been extremely helpful with guiding me through American English. So, and also my own English. So are you ready to join us now, CJ?
So CJ is here, but she needs to put her video on. Don't worry, we keep on
CJ,
talking and we'll bring her on the screen. When she comes on the screen, that means she's ready. So
Okay.
coming
Yeah.
back over here, Tai Chi and
Uh,
Qigong, yoga and meditation. They have got a lot of complementary peace and health and fitness benefit. Tai Chi and Qigong can be done anywhere on the earth, as can yoga and meditation. Amrita, yoga and meditation, what do you think? How do you correlate that with Tai Chi and Qigong?
Yeah, I think they complement each other, and um, very well, because yoga and meditation also focuses on some kind of aligned movements which are very much in relation to your chi practices, which means the prana, where we are inhaling and exhaling and doing certain subtle energy practices, whether it is on the chakra basis or otherwise. And I'm really glad that the connection between different kind of traditional systems is very nice, and especially Tivya placed it in a very good way. So I could correlate it very profoundly with the Indian knowledge system of Ayurveda, where it talks about water element bringing fluidity and adaptability, and the metal, which is recognized as earth, bringing rigidity and hardness. So these kind of studies need interdisciplinary cross connection, so that more and more evidence studies can be done. And also I'd like to congratulate him for the practices of on clinical basis that are done by him. But the other thing is needs more evidence, it needs more paper writing, it needs more of the surveys on how many people benefit in what ways through the practices of Tai Chi and Qigong. So that's really versatile. I think we have roads now there.
CJ,
Amrita, when she has a video on, it comes on the spotlight screen. She's not there. She's there, but she's not put the video on. Let's
Right.
welcome Wai Ching meanwhile. Wai Ching, a global
Yeah.
namaste to you in Singapore.
Global Namaste.
Oh, global namaste, everyone.
And Wai Ching will be here for quite a long time because she's part of Tai Chi and Qigong. She's a resident contributor at Healing Our Earth on a multifaceted episodes. Wai Ching, how was it for you yesterday?
Oh, for World Tai Chi and Qigong Day?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. It was so beautiful converging with everybody and learning from each other as well. And I really stayed almost all the hours that the very ambitious many hours of sharing Qigong with Bill and Sharon, and I'm so inspired also to bring forth my own work with Infinity Quantum Qigong. So that, and also very happy to be with Keith here. Thank you for the GAAG. And from this side of the UK and then to US, and then we are enveloping the globe like this with our chi and our love.
Let's
So
keep on
so good.
let's keep on chit-chatting. Kit, CJ will be here shortly, and when she is, we'll put her on and we'll know more about it. So it's beautiful.
Well,
Kit, while you're here and Wai Ching is here, the new setup that we are planning for a world authority, global authority, tell us a bit more about it and what it will achieve.
okay. Well, one of the challenges I have are based on my training, I suppose, in engineering and management across the world, specifications, recognizing what are measurable outcomes. Does this system work? Does that system work? No. Do we need to make modifications? Yes, no. When I've been involved in promoting Tai Chi as opposed to actually teaching it, I made a presentation in 2016 which said we have in the UK nearly 20% of our population are over 65s. And I've been running classes for over 50s, over 60s. And it was not really about teaching, it was about sharing. But as I delved more into it, I then became aware that we needed some professional recognition. And rightly or wrongly, I chose the Chartered Institute for Management for Sports and Physical Activity. And we then discussed, and I have to say that Mark Peters was due to be with us, but he's taken his wife on holiday for personal reasons, I believe, is that we then not just allocated or recommended SimSpa in the UK, but we said, well, what we need is some professional standards. And we produced these mainly by work through Mark. We produced these in 2022, but it's like most things is that we get involved in diplomacy, we get involved in politics and egos. But most importantly, I have come to the conclusion, and forgive me, please, if anyone takes exception to this, is that I have become terribly, terribly concerned about the number of studies, the number of reports, the number of dissertations that university degree people make, but I don't find the conclusions. I do not find the evidence. People keep telling me, we know it's good for us. We all know, of those that are involved in Tai Chi and Qigong, it's good for us. But really what I consider to be evidence is, where is the actual scientific evidence against particular medical challenges? And where is the financial evidence that it makes worthwhile funding it?
Yeah.
And we have done it. And I'm pleased to say that one of my colleagues here, Malcolm Calvert, I go to his class now because I don't run any classes. Malcolm and I have been together for, I don't know, over 20 years now, trained at the same martial arts school. But what we are trying to endeavor is, we're cascading information, but how do we quantify it? So the idea of the Global Expert Advisory Group was in a discussion between Dr. Roger Yanka and myself, and we came up with the idea of having mission statement. What is it we're trying to do? And the aim and the visions are to have approved, accredited, reliable Tai Chi and Qigong, approved initially, I would say, by the UK government, but anywhere in the world. So in discussions in the last week or so with CJ, it is no longer just Global Expert Advisory Group. It is now the Tai Chi and Qigong Global Expert Advisory Group. And with this wonderful movement and guidance, I now see that CJ is on screen. And if there's no objections, I would like to introduce a friend of mine who I think, if she doesn't mind me saying so, she finds me a challenge.
We do. And I
Good, good.
of course we but we love challenges. And I love that CJ is here with me, and I just came on. If you don't mind, I'll just intercept CJ just for a moment. And you were saying that, Keith, that yes, we came together for this purpose of creating guidelines, which are necessary. But also we have to be not so uptight about it. We can just be more relaxed, and we have to be sung and let it flow also while we do this. That is according to the principle of Qigong, right? And just allowing the Tao to occur, which it's happening right now, and there's so much evidence and so much research. The most important thing would be the results that people are receiving, and that's what we want to focus on. And as someone who has been teaching doctors and nurses in clinics and hospitals and the Pacific Cancer Center in Singapore and elsewhere, I mean, that is what the most heartening thing is to really see and feel the results that people are receiving. And then, that would speak for itself while we create the guidelines for professionalism. That's just a comment that I want to make. Yes.
Appreciated as always, my dear.
Well, thank you for welcoming me both. Thank you
Hey,
to Nils
Jay.
and everyone else for putting on this fabulous event. I do appreciate it. Sorry for the little bit of a delay. I juggle a lot of balls. If you don't know, I juggle a lot of balls, and I was juggling a university ball this morning that I had to take care of. It was unable to get on right away, but I'm glad I was able to make it now. So, as Keith said, we have had many discussions about the level of research, the level of proof for integrative health practices such as Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, all the wonderful things that all have basically a very similar mechanism that they use to heal the body. And there are some modalities for which we have a huge amount of scientific proof. But proof is in the word proof is is the issue here, because the way scientists do it, at least the way modern Western scientists do it, is first you have to have a whole bunch of studies. And then you have to do a systematic review of all those studies. And then you have to do a systematic review of the systematic reviews of all those studies. And then finally, after many, 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 many years, we come to the conclusion that, yeah, maybe this is a good idea to add to our standard practice of medical practice. And we haven't yet achieved that level, certainly not for the broad capabilities of the integrative healthcare arts, but we have achieved it. We have achieved that first level for a few fall preventions, pain relief. There are quite a few that lowering blood pressure. There are quite a few for which we have the first level, but we haven't quite gotten to the third level, and we certainly don't have doctors at this point prescribing Tai Chi rather than statins for things, or lowering blood pressure medication or whatever. So, and part of that, at least in the United States, it's part of that is because the pharmaceutical industry and the device industry, surgical device industry, have a lot of money, and they lobby the government, and so as a result, it is very rare to allow. They don't want low cost practices like Tai Chi, Qigong, and yoga to be able to threaten the amount of money they make in their surgical devices and prescription drugs. So it's they're fighting for their lives, so they think it's terrible that we want to do what we want to do, which is to share with people how easy these practices are and how they can help the medical community. So as Keith said, he had this wonderful idea to get a group of people together to see if we can work on this, and we are working on this. I've been doing a lot of research myself, whatever I can, but I'm not a healthcare researcher by training. I'm a business professor by training. So, and I can tell you, we still don't have the financial support at all, especially in a country like the United States. There's a much easier case to be made in a country like the UK that has a national health process, but national health insurance. We don't have national health insurance here in the US. Instead, private insurance is paid for by employers, and then when you get old, after you're no longer employed, then the government takes over. Well, the private insurers aren't really willing to put money into something that will only save the government money 20 years later. And so there's a financial disincentive to pay for integrative health practices in the US. But that's not necessarily the case for the UK or other countries. That's why Canada, Australia, and the NIH, they're actually much stronger supporters of these kinds of practices than we are here in the United States. So, and we're working to change that, not just in one place, but hopefully every place. So that's what Keith and I are trying to work on. We do have a website. You can go to the website. There's not a whole lot on it yet, but what we're hoping is for people who are in a level of expertise can write up just a brief one-pager on where we are. What is the state of evidence for integrative, in our case, for Tai Chi and Qigong, because we are now the Tai Chi and Qigong Global Expert Group. So would you say that's where we are, Keith?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for. I honor and respect people like Amalia because I've met her, and she's so profound, it's unbelievable. But I am not in that wisdom case. So I try to keep my eyes focused on the end result that I'd like to see in my lifetime. Maybe not, but if we can identify specifics, as we have done, is that then we can look at, I think you mentioned pain, falls prevention, a lot of information, and it's the summaries that we need now, that in the UK we can go through the Chartered Institute, and with my dealings with Neil are now talking about how do we approach the government here, and he's being very, very kind and advising me on areas I've never ever been involved in, although I visited the Houses of Parliament once. That's it. But he has the connections. We hope we have the influence. And what I would really like to see is that we have the mechanism alongside Healing Our Earth, which allows us to go through with the proper paperwork, with the proper funding recognised or at least identified no later than 2030. That would be fantastic. And I think Neil and I are looking at what does that really mean? And he's going to be advising me maybe later this year, October, well, I think September, something like that. So there is this collision that says, well, we're not fighting one another. And as Amalia says, follow the way. And I think I mentioned, and Jim Ritchie is the man to approach if we need it. And he will tell us, either through his books or by person, what is the Tao. The Tao. So anyway, Neil, where are we?
I'm here, Keith.
Yeah.
PJ
Okay.
mentioned because America, which is made up of several countries, they call it states, and then they've got a central government. Unlike United Kingdom, which has got National Health Service, America is different. CJ mentioned it very clearly. Ariane will be coming to you in a moment. So the states like California, New York, Arizona, Pennsylvania, where CJ is, and Washington, they actually support Tai Chi and Qigong retreats and wellness, not through the government, but because there are a lot of people who practice that. So I think we can now tap into particular zone and zoom into them. In America, if you got a nice senator who belongs to a state, UK is different because we got MPs and we don't have, we are called counties, but we are still one country. Somebody has to vouch and put it in, and then it goes through the central system. So I think it's now we got maybe enough expertise and people to funnel ourselves in the right way. UK, you are right, Kate, that if we can create an APPG, all party parliamentary group, UK still has got a lot of influence in the governments and stuff. So that could be within 3 years, we can get that ball rolling. We'll get it rolling this year. It takes time for it to materialize. So that'll be very good and useful. I think we should create toolkits, digital toolkits and physical toolkits. And if we can get it to some educational authority, that will be the way forward. Ariane, you wanted to make a comment? Please go ahead before we move to Malcolm.
Yes, so my name is Arian. I'm starting up a company called Cosmic Cells, which is the goal is to provide, the first part of it is there's a for-profit side, which is a conscious cannabis company, but it doesn't really sell anything with infused with THC or anything like that. What it is, it's a paper product, and it's using rolling papers and tips, but it turns into a rolling paper tray. And with that, that's free advertising for for your company for your you can have a QR code on the paper on the rolling paper kit. I will be attending the Holo movement in July, presenting, trying to partner with Cosmic Cells with the Holo movement, and hoping that they take on my project. So my project is founded upon the fact that I found that I was an emergency room nurse for 21 years in Kaiser Hospital, and then I was a manager up in a med-surg unit for the geriatrics. And so I'm very well informed on fall prevention and Alzheimer's and dementia. And with that, I found myself going through a divorce and had a lot of things going on, and the mental health system absolutely failed me. And what I found was when I left, I came to Costa Rica, and I really just found spirituality within, and I found the divine within myself. And I met Amelie here in Costa Rica, and and she helped me greatly through a piece of trauma that has just allowed me to step away from that and move forward. Along with that, I want to create a portal. The nonprofit side. I want to create a portal with one of my problems is because I worked in healthcare for so long that I understand ethics, and so I've asked Amelie to if I could add her to my website, which I want to launch very soon to be able to present it to the Holo movement. But as I understand that we need a safe container space for people to come to. That hold on, let me. You're gonna be able to hear me, but I gotta read my business plan so it comes out clearly.
The
But it
Thanks,
It's
Ariane.
a
But this is, if you'd like to discuss Qigong and how that helped you and the meditation, that would be good. And because we're discussing Qigong and Tai Chi at the moment.
So, Ariane, you are connected via Healing Our Earth to Dr. Wai Ching Lee, is that right?
yes.
Okay, so if you could, she will put you in touch with me, Keith, and Amrita, and we will guide you. Yes, you could be good. At the moment, we are Tai Chi and Qigong session today. But yes, we can nurture that because you've got non-profit and a profit sharing model. So that would be good. If you keep in touch with Wai Ching, she knows who at Healing Hour to put in touch with. So let's do that. Let's further your project and see how we can help. And we carry on with the Tai Chi and Qigong. Stay around.
Thank you.
We'll bring you back again
Thank
later.
you, Ariane.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much.
Great. Thanks for
May
participating.
I just take a second? All right. There is a lady on the screen called Pat. And Pat is my sister-in-law. Hi. Pat is a performer on a Monday morning. She stands for 1 hour doing Tai Chi in the, I'm not going to call it a care home, dear.
Pat, you can unmute. Yes, she's unmute. Look, she's also technology.
So I'm going to tell you that you know my age is mid-80s. This lady who is now studying particular activities is now 4 years short, I think, of getting a card from the King. Pat, do you want to say something?
Yes, okay. Yes, we have an hour on a Monday. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. We have an hour on a Monday of Tai Chi, and we're a mixed age group. And I'm one of the, well, I am the eldest, but we find it's very beneficial for those of us who join in. And apart from beneficial, it's enjoyable as well. And we just exercise every part of our body, and it's a worthwhile hour. But
Wonderful.
But I'm the eldest there and hope to go on a bit longer.
Right. Thank you, Pat. And I hope to see you when we come off the train next time. Anyway, if I may, is it all right, CJ, if I move on to Malcolm?
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
you know, if you want me, because you had asked me to do the pain-free Qigong, which I'm happy to do, but I can do
Yep.
that either
Yep.
later
Well,
or not at all. It's fine.
Well, we're going to see how much buffer time we have, but I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of mine. We were both students at a martial arts school, and when asked by the Malay Chinese person why I was not interested, I said, I've had my heart attack. I really want it only for health and well-being. Malcolm covered for me on a few occasions when I was away teaching on cruise ships. And I'm delighted to say that this gentleman actually runs classes, courses for people over 50 mainly, with a wide range of medical problems. And I am delighted to say he's making a healthy living out of it at the moment, which means he's probably been on the golf course this morning. Malcolm, over to you, if you may.
Hi, Keith, and hello, everyone all around the world. It's great to be able to talk to you for a few moments. Keith and I met in the mid-'80s at Wutan International Martial Arts, and I went on to train with Master Tai to be able to teach. And I'm glad to say that I've been teaching now for about 25 years, and I love it. It's Tai Chi and Qigong, they mix really well together. It'll always, to me, it'll always be a mixture. I think it's important that, first of all, in classes that you warm up people's bodies and minds before you get into the moving part of the Tai Chi. I use a mixture of Qigong in that I will use some warming up exercises, a bit of arm swinging and head turning and things, just to get their bodies in motion. And then do part of the Jamjong sequence. Then we use the Tai Chi that I use for teaching is a Yang style Tai Chi. Emanates from Chen Man Ching, the 37 form. There are lots of variations, and ours is probably not pure, but it's as close as it's going to get. People find it very enjoyable. It was interesting to listen to Pat. Most of my students will be over 70, although we have recently had quite a lot more younger people joining in the 40s and 50s. My oldest student until a couple of years ago was 102, and she was with me for 22 years. I absolutely loved it, and unfortunately until she died, she always seemed much younger than all the rest. She had much more energy, but she told me that she did it every day. She did the sequence every day, and also her Qigong. I think with regard to, we've worked a lot with like falls prevention. The unfortunate thing for here in the UK is that the NHS, as much as they're tremendous, their idea of falls prevention is actually falls aftercare, not actually teaching people how to not fall over. So I think for me, it's a big responsibility to me to try and teach people a different way of moving, and that's what we use the Tai Chi and the Qigong for. When I first trained, my initial interest in the healing aspect of Qigong and Tai Chi was for asthma, because I had really bad asthma. But latterly, I've now realized that it's good for all ailments, physical and mental. There's people have a lot of problems with mental illness now, and it's certainly very good for that, as well. The structure is the most important thing, I think, for the Tai Chi. Certainly with regard to my students, we do spend a lot of time with sort of spacing, stances, and body posture, because I think that's very important. Unfortunately, as we get older, we lean forwards, and that leaning forwards does lots of things. Firstly, it puts you off balance. Secondly, it's not good for your back or your knees. And as we get older, because we're not so mobile, it's because we're not so active in our daily lives. As Keith said, I didn't actually play golf this morning, but I played yesterday. So I try and play golf 2 or 3 times a week. And I've also got 2 allotments and a very big garden. So it all keeps me out of mischief, and hopefully keeps me very healthy. My goal, ever since I learned to be able to teach, is to be still teaching at 100. So that's my sort of long-term goal. And the other benefit for teaching is that it's a double-edged sword, because although I'm trying to teach people how to live longer and be happier and be healthier, it also keeps me healthy as well. And it may well be, my partner teaches as well, and we were talking about it the other night, and she did say that if she didn't teach, she probably wouldn't do as much Qigong and Tai Chi as she does now. So it has another side to it. I've certainly helped 2 or 3 people to become teachers, and I'm happy to help anyone else who wants to help. They have to learn, I would say, more traditional teaching, but what I actually teach is an adaptation. Firstly, to make it safer for the participants, and secondly, to try and slow it down a little bit so they can get to understand it, and hopefully over a period of time be able to do some at home. To this end, we produce some videos which I put on my website, and also I work with cancer patients and dependents, and we put them on the Wessex Cancer website as well during lockdown mostly. These are very popular, and they were only meant to be a short-term thing while we were in lockdown for 8 months, but actually they've proved so popular that we've left them on now. We've actually added some more videos, different videos. So I think there's lots of different ways of reaching people. Certainly Zoom is a good medium, both for teaching and keeping in touch, but also for practice, so that people can practice their arts, various arts, without going to classes every day. They can put the screen on and they can stand and just either listen or follow. And as I say, they do work really well. We've certainly had great response from them, and all my students use them. And I know they use them because they tell me, they point out the odd little mistakes that I've made on there. But they were a very quick, we made them the day before lockdown. I made 4 15-minute videos, 2 of the warm-up and the Qigong, 1 standing, 1 seated, and then 2 covering half of the Tai Chi itself, the Tai Chi movement. That also had some of the Shabasha exercises in, which I've been training with Fabrice now for 5 years, and we're just in the process of finishing set 8. Shabasha is a very interesting technique in that it's very modern, but it's health-based. It's not martial-based. Most Qigong systems, certainly old systems, are martially based. But the Shabasha that Professor Lin has designed has taken on board lots of different systems, a lot of Shaolin stuff, and also Jamjong, and various other techniques that they've taken on board. Plus, of course, they've mixed it in with Yang style Tai Chi. It's also very popular. Everyone seems to enjoy it a lot. It's about movement and motion, matching the breath to the motion. And the movements are also designed to free up your body as well as your chi energy and your systems. But the main thing is that they're enjoyable. And I think certainly, I'm sure you'll understand as teachers that if your students don't enjoy what you do, they won't come back. And if, like me, you've used it to make a living for the last 20 odd years, it's important that you retain your numbers and that the students really enjoy what they do. Otherwise you just can't teach full time, and you end up in what would be the traditional way of working during the day and just teaching in evenings. And that's how I started. And the first probably 4 or 5 years I taught in the evening at adult education classes in 3 or 4 different institutions, and worked during the day. When Keith and I started working with the Primary Health Trust with daytime classes, in them days we called them over 50s classes, and it's really progressed from there. We identified that professionally there was a market during the daytime for people that had more time, A, to come out during the day, B, who didn't want to go out at night particularly, especially in the winter, and also had the money to be able to pay for classes. A lot of the youngsters now, especially in the UK, it's probably the same in other places, they don't have a lot of money for to pay for extras, so classes of any type. And certainly as I worked in adult education, and in this country the attendance in adult education has dropped off tremendously.
Malcolm, mate, that's a fantastic way that we've developed and you've developed particularly. But when we spoke the other day, I thought it might be a good idea. I don't know if you have enough room there just to show maybe the first few moves of the Yang style.
Yeah, I can do that, Keith. Yeah, I can do what we call grass bird's tail, which is from ward off to the left to single whip. You should be able to see all right. I'm just going to go to the other side of the room.
Now, one of the things that I will not insult this gentleman about, but he does admit that he is large, of a rather large frame, but his balance, his coordination is something to be admired. Malcolm, grass bird's tail as we understand it.
Okay, so grass bird's tail as we understand it goes from ward off to the left to ward off to the right, roll back, press, open, push, and then turns into single whip. So the important thing for this is the spacing between your feet, at least the width of your hips or your shoulders, both feet pointing towards the front if you can. Some people, as they get older, their feet turn out. As long as you're not too bad, as long as it's stood like Charlie Chaplin's, it's not good for your knees. Your knees are relaxed, shoulders are relaxed. So this will be the start of the posture. And then you're moving your weight forwards. So you move, I'm going to step forwards with my left foot. So I turn my right toe out slightly and step forwards with my left. Now my weight is on my left, but I'm not leaning from my chest. I'm moving from my center. I've got a waist that's in there somewhere, hidden away. And my left hand is in the center, facing the center of my chest, palm open, shoulders relaxed. And your right hand pushing down by your right hip. So this is ward off to the left. Now you're going to turn to the right. So my weight's on my left, pick up my right heel, put my right heel where my right toe was. So I've recreated that space between my hips. And as you turn to the right, turn your left toe in, right hand comes up, left hand touching your right wrist. So you're almost back in the same postures, just your hand has changed motion here. Now roll back is about turning your wrists, and as I move my weight from my right foot to my left foot, I turn my waist and drop my hands down towards my left knee. So a nice round shape with your arms. Again, shoulders relaxed, most of your weight is on the back foot. Now as I move back to the right, you turn your wrist, left hand on my right wrist, and as I move my weight back to the right, you turn and press to the right side of the room. Now you move your weight back and just open your arms, like you're putting your hands on someone's shoulders. Now weight forwards, your fingers point to the sky, and double push. So again, I'm not pushing from my shoulders, but from here, my waist and my legs, the upper body really doesn't move much. Shoulders relaxed.
Perfect.
Okay.
Can you just explain maybe the challenges that we have with regard to the sort of percentages that you put on one foot as opposed to the other? Because none of it is straight legs. It's always nice and relaxed, but having the posture is absolutely crucial, as you always explain, but people may not realize that when they're moving forward, they're upright, but their knee is taking maybe a higher percentage on the front foot than it is on the back foot.
Yeah, so when this posture is, when you're 1 foot ahead of the other, I'll do it this way round. So when you have 1 foot ahead of the other, they call it bow or bow and arrow stance. And in this posture, you have about 70% of your weight on your front foot, 30% on your back foot. Both knees are relaxed and both knees are in line with your toes. So your back foot has to be turned out very slightly, about 45 degrees, so that when your knee's relaxed, it's in line with your toe. And the front foot, again, your knees relaxed, in line with your front toe. And as I say, it's like you're sitting down. So your back is relatively straight. You're not bolt upright, but comfortably sat down. And the movement is about your knees. So you're going to move your weight. So at the moment, it's 70% on the front. And then when you move back, it's 70% on the back. So that's all the movement there is in this movement, in this posture, apart from turning your waist. So in roll back, for instance, as I turn my waist, my weight moves from my front foot to my back foot. So now you've got 70% on your back foot and 30% on the front. And then the same when you go forwards, you're pushing with your back foot. So as you move the weight forwards through your waist and up through your body, ends up in your wrist. So the press is pressing from here. So using your legs to push, not your shoulders. Unfortunately, as human beings, we move from our heads. So when you say push, people do this. But in reality, I always use the notion that if you were going to push a car, to be able to push with just your upper body, you'd have to be built like Arnold Schwarzenegger. But if you push with your legs, what you're doing is, as you push down to the ground, the energy can't go down, so it comes back up through, and you get this return like a spring energy, and all the energy finishes in your hands, which happen to be in front in this case. Doesn't matter what posture you're in, but all that energy comes forwards. One of the commonest faults when you're teaching with people is that at the start of the sequence, your feet are open. So when you tell them to step forwards, their natural way of moving is to step directly in front of the back foot. In this position, firstly, it's not good for your balance. And secondly, it's not good for your posture either, because to be able to get your shoulders and your hips parallel, so your chest is pointing to the front, motion is all going forwards, you have to twist your lower back. So the hardest thing is to get people to step forwards and have a space, keep this space between their feet. This then allows them to keep their shoulders and their hips parallel, and therefore their back is relatively straight. No strain on the lower back. It should engage the correct muscles when you do this. You're not just using your thigh muscles, but also your calf muscles as well. And it's very good exercise for strengthening all the ligaments and tendons as well in between. And I always ask people if they're going to practice this at home, they just need a line on the floor. I tend to mention that most people have tiles in their kitchens, and the tiles are about the right width to be able to use them, so they can see when they step forwards that their feet are not on the same line on the floor. And this allows them then to get into that safe posture. If they want to take it to another level, you can also tell whether you're in the right posture if you close your eyes. Because if you're very narrow here, I call it walking the tightrope, when you shut your eyes, it feels very unsecure. But from here, I know I'm not going to fall over. I can stand here, close my eyes, and I know I can still move around. It's perfectly safe, so it feels completely differently. And I think that's important that you try and, change that way you think about things.
Malcolm, that is absolutely unbelievable. And I'm sure that people on the Healing Our Earth site appreciate that. One thing, or a couple of things I will say, is that in the 37 postures of Cheng Man Ching, when Malcolm and I used to demonstrate it to various organizations, it would take us about 7 minutes, and we had a piece of music that we used to play it by. But equally, you may have noticed his clever change from doing the right side, which we normally practice, to doing the left side. So anybody who wants to take up Tai Chi seriously needs to get to grips with all the movements and not just perform them, but understand them. And I'd like to thank Malcolm for all his time, because he did step in, because unfortunately one of the ladies had a family gathering that she had to go to. So big thanks, Malcolm. And I'm delighted to see that not only have we had you mentioning Shabasha, but we now have a lady that I met a few years ago. She does Shabasha. She lives in the Cotswold area of England, which is Gloucester, and she has done work with the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, and she is a very warm lady. May I say that, Karen? Right? Okay. But we had a video once between us, and we should we say stepped over the mark.
Oh, those are my vegetables.
I do remember. So may I introduce Karen, who is an advocate of Shabasha, and it also forms an integral and a foundation part of our moves towards having Tai Chi and Qigong approved by the government of UK. Sharon, I don't know how we've managed it, but we're not far short of your time. So over to you. And then what we like to do is after that is maybe take some questions and elucidate on some of them. And one of the things that I'm absolutely delighted with, not just Amalia being here, but also welcome to Bill Douglas, who had a fantastic reception yesterday, going by all the social media that came in saying from different countries, and a big thanks to Bill. But anyway, over to you, Karen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. I'm very honoured to be here amongst such luminaries from the Tai Chi and Qigong world. And I would like to offer a very deep bow from across the ocean to Bill Douglas for being here, and also for all your work for World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, which we've just had yesterday. It was absolutely fantastic here in Cheltenham. We had well over 100 people turning up. And excuse me, I take inspiration from your T-shirts that you bring out every year. Unfortunately, as I've tried in the past to get them shipped over here, it's always been a bit too difficult. So I take the inspiration from the colours. And I said this year, because I saw the colours were maroon and white, or looked like maroon and white, I said to everybody, well, the colours this year are maroon and white. And almost everybody came in maroon and white, which was amazing to see. So everybody had their colours on. Everybody was out in the sunshine. We were very lucky as well to have our mayor join us and offer an official proclamation of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day this year. And so it was a great event. It's really starting to raise the exposure of Qigong and Tai Chi within my hometown of Cheltenham. So I first of all have to say that I have great gratitude and admiration for everybody here and the work that they're doing, in terms of the different projects that they're doing, in terms of the GEAG, the Healing Our Earth, and all the different things that you're doing, White Tiger, Qigong, etc. I'm really coming from a very much of a grassroots place here in Cheltenham in the work that I do. And I work very much with community. So I came into Tai. I ought to say just a little bit about my background so that you have some idea. I was introduced to Tai Chi by my grandfather, who I saw practicing in the garden from a very young age. I was a very young age. He passed away when I was 8, and I knew that he did these, Grampy's exercises in the garden. I didn't get into any formal training until 1991, when I traveled to Taiwan as a teenager. I was just 18, and I came across a Tai Chi and Qigong class in Taiwan. And all I can say is that I didn't speak a word of Chinese. The teacher didn't speak a word of English. Nobody in the class spoke a word of English. And I walked in there not knowing what to expect. And the teacher was indicating that he wanted me to hit him. And I thought, this is very impolite. I've just come into this new class. I don't know this teacher. He's looked like an older man, and I thought, I don't really want to go and push him around. So I tentatively gave him a little push. I could feel he was very solid. And he kept laughing and kept doing, no, push me harder, push me harder, push me harder. Anyway, after several attempts, I thought, right, okay, you've asked for it now. And I actually took a run up at him because I could feel he was really strong. The next thing I know, I'm on the floor looking up at him. The whole class are around laughing, and he's laughing and laughing and laughing. And I just looked at him and I just thought, I want some of that. I want some of that power and that energy that I've just experienced from what I thought was a little old man who was actually like a mountain. And so from there, I did these classes with him. I didn't know what I was doing, couldn't speak a word, ended up going to Thailand, and I learned the Chen Manching 37-step form from one of Chen Manching's students, John J. Shelfer's school, which was called Heart of the Dragon in Thailand on a small island called Koh Phangan. It was a very intensive course, a month long, and it was roughly 3 hours in the morning at sunrise, 3 hours in the evening at sunset, and just practicing all day in between. After 30 days of that, I had the form very clearly in my body, somatically in my mind. And I then subsequently just practiced it every day by myself. I came back to England, couldn't find anybody that did Tai Chi, didn't know anybody that had heard of Qigong. And there was nothing in those days in terms of internet. All we had was the yellow pages, and there was nothing in the yellow pages about Tai Chi or Qigong. So I was basically left alone after having this very intensive teaching in Thailand. I was left alone with my form, and I was left alone with my form for many, many years. I tried lots of different forms when I found that there was a class happening in a leisure centre in some nearby city or town. It was never the same form as mine, and I never could quite get to grips with any of the new forms as I saw it. So for decades, I practiced alone, and I decided that that's the way it was just going to be. And then I then came across more and more of the Qigong and Tai Chi happening in the last, probably I would say in the last 8 to 10 years. It's become more and more popular. It had become more and more popular. And I managed to find teachers and other people that practiced the same form. So how I came into sharing Qigong and becoming so sort of community led was not my plan at all. It's happened so organically that I feel that this is the Tao. This is the Tao working through me. And what happened was I was practicing Qigong with my parents, as we always did, every week in their garden. And one day they said, well, why don't we practice for a change in the park? Two of our neighbours want to join. And so the park just backs onto my parents' garden. So we went out with Jeff and Colin, who are our mum and dad's neighbours, and the five of us just practiced Qigong in front of Pitfall Pump Room in Pitfall Park on the 21st of June 2018. And that was my very first sort of public class, if you like, with my mum and dad and two neighbours. And then week after week, we kept going back, week after week. And more people joined. People were coming by with their dogs. They were coming by walking, saying, what are you doing? I said, we're doing some Qigong. Come and join us next week, or come and join us now. We're here at the same time every Thursday morning, and it's a free class. So that was 2018, and that class has continued every single week since then. And we now have numbers of, well, we had over 100 people turn up yesterday, but on a weekly basis, we have from 40 to 70 people turning up now every single week. And it's purely from that practice of getting out there and just doing it. From that, we've done all sorts of things. We've started collecting money for the local charities like the Woodland Trust. And we have done demonstrations for Chinese New Year for local schools. We've opened local summer festivals. The newest thing that we have done is we have started to do a monthly Tai Chi peace walk. And it's something that I think has been really quite profound for people. Ever since the news about, and I'm not going to get political here, but just talking about what's in the news, not that I watch the news, I stopped watching the news in March 2020, but people hear things in the news, and there's lots of stuff about what's happening in Gaza. So I think you probably remember it's all off the news now because now it's Iran, and before that it was Ukraine. But what happened was all of this footage was coming in, and people were coming to me and feeling very anxious. They were feeling very helpless. They were feeling very upset, and some were very angry. And we didn't know, we started to think, well, what can we do? Because people were feeling so helpless about it. We were practicing our Tai Chi walk in our class one day. And my mother said to me, and another lady said to me, wouldn't this be lovely if we did this in the park, all of us together? It feels so peaceful and it feels so calming. And that's when the idea was hatched. Okay, what we're going to do now is every week on the first Thursday of the month, instead of doing our usual park class, we're going to do a monthly Tai Chi peace walk. Everybody is invited to wear white. Everybody is invited to walk in silence. And I teach them the walk. We do a bit of a warm up. We teach the walk. And then we walk in silence for an hour. It depends on how long the warm-up is, but we have an hour session with a warm-up and then the walk. And people have found it to be so profoundly helpful and supportive for them. I've had so much feedback from these peace walks of people coming up to me at the end of the peace walk and saying, I feel so different now. I feel like this profound peace has come over me, and that's going to carry on into my day. And people turn up, and because people are wearing white and everybody's doing the same thing, and we're all with the same intention of being in the present moment and finding the peace within ourselves so that hopefully the peace can radiate out to the world, it has become something of it's become something of a monthly support for people. And so I encourage people who are on my online classes, because they can't join us, to actually do it in wherever they are at the same time, if they can, to build this energetic frequency of peace. So that's the latest thing that we've done. I've also started to notice, when you're talking about bringing Tai Chi and Qigong into our health systems, and Keith, the wonderful work that you've been doing, I have noticed that in the last month, I have had 3 students coming to class who have been recommended by their GPs. They've been recommended by their general practitioners to come to class. Not necessarily to my class, but they've been told to find a good Tai Chi or Qigong class locally that will help them. And we also have this thing, and you've probably heard of this if you're in the UK, called social prescribing. And that is something that is becoming more popular. And I've also had several participants coming to me under that social prescribing system, where instead of being given medication, that they are encouraged to go and do some exercise, go for a walk, go for a swim, or come and do some Qigong or some Tai Chi. So things are changing. Things are slowly changing. I see it just within my classes. So I can tell you from the ground, from the grassroots place, what's happening, because I'm doing several classes a week. Another thing that I would say that I wanted to mention as well is that people often say that it's, very difficult to make a living and so on with teaching Tai Chi and Qigong, and, can it be a sort of full-time profession? Well, we've heard from Malcolm that it certainly can be, but I have heard from others that they struggle. So what I found is that if you have the right intention, for me, if you have the right intention to begin with, and you don't think about the money as the first thing, my mission statement is pretty much, I'm wanting to really help to empower myself, my friends and my family, and the community beyond, the wider community beyond, to become healthier and happier in whatever way that might be. And before I go to every class, I say this statement, I say this affirmation: this is my intention, this is my intention. And I find that if the intention is pure and clear, that the universe brings opportunities to you so that you can do more of it. And that seems to be what's happened with me. So I haven't had to do any advertising. I haven't had to do any kind of marketing, really. I've just had the intention always of helping people to empower themselves to be healthier and happier. And also I've now gone on to what's called the gift economy, which is where people donate rather than myself saying, right, I'm charging you this amount for this class and this amount for this class. I'm now saying, and my mother was really against it at the beginning. She said, well, if you say that, you know, it's just donation, people are not going to pay you anything. And I said, well, let's just see what happens. You know, she's very traditional Chinese, you know, very business minded. And so what I did was I made a suggested amount for donation, and certain people can't afford it. They'll pay me less or they'll pay me nothing, and that's fine. But then I find a lot of people are paying me more. They're paying me more than I'm suggesting. And isn't that just absolutely amazing, really? My mother has been quite surprised by it. But I found that that's the way I'm operating now. So really all I wanted to say here was that from the grassroots level, from where I'm standing, the Tai Chi and Qigong world is expanding. It's expanding and it's becoming more popular. And even some students have come to me recently and said, oh, you know, it's really popular on social media now, Tai Chi and Qigong. It's kind of the in thing now. And that's great. That's really great to hear that. But I think that the practice sells itself. Once you try it, as we all know, once you try the practice and you actually do the practice, it speaks for itself. You feel natural. You feel like I've come home. You feel like this is how I'm meant to be standing. This is how my energy is meant to be feeling. And it feels so comfortable to do these exercises. The body, you're always working with the body. You're never working against the body. There is no force. There is no strain. It's something that I think people are crying out for. I think, as we all know, really, that this is what they want to do. This is what that feels right for them. And when they do it, that's it. They're kind of, most people, I can probably count on one hand the amount of people that have said, you know, that haven't said, I feel so much better, you know,
Aaron,
after doing it.
if I may, right, is that I mentioned Shibasha.
Yes.
And you run your own organization with the name Shibasha. Could you just, we've only got a couple of more minutes left before I open up to any questions, etc., and follow up. Can you spend 2 minutes on talking specifically about Shibasha and how you use it?
So Shibasha, I came across from my Qigong teacher many years ago, and I found it to be very simple, very gentle, and very beneficial. I found it to be excellent in all ways and practiced it myself. I only started teaching, although I've been practicing Tai Chi and Qigong since 1991, I actually only started sharing it in 2018. And I started with Shibasha. And the reason I started with Shibasha was purely because of its accessibility, its gentleness, and the way it appeals to so many people, as Malcolm said. And I studied with Sifu Wing Chun to begin with, and this was before I kind of knew the history about it. So I was studying with Sifu Wing Chun. I did set 1, set 2, and what he called set 3 at the time, which is now actually, he has actually changed that and called it Neigong. And now I'm actually studying with Fabrice, who Malcolm also mentioned, who is the student of Professor Lin Ho Sheng, who is the creator of Shibasha. So I'm always learning, and I'm always sharing what I learn. But for me, Shibasha has been the sort of cornerstone, has been the foundation of what I share, simply because I find that most people can get on with it. Most people find it highly beneficial. The Tai Chi I share as well, but many people find the Tai Chi very difficult, very tricky.
Fantastic. We're just coming to an area where we identify as buffer time, and I value very much the 5 people that have been so kind to stand up and be counted, and may not have been used to being on these type of international worldwide Zoom activities, but I got the impression that CJ would like to say a few concluding words. Maybe I'm presumptuous, but would that be the case, CJ?
I'm always happy to say a few words if you want me to say a few words. First of all, seeing everyone, not just today, but also yesterday, has just been amazing. The fact that we are able to work together and speak together online is really great. There are also lots of opportunities in person. There's a festival in New York in June, if you're interested. That's the festival that I run. But even more importantly, in Boston is the Osher Conference, which I just found out, Wai Ching, that you're not going to be able to make it. I'm so sorry. Wai Ching is was one of our presenters, and would be presenting at that if it were possible for her. But as many of you as possible, I would love to see you in person as well as on these online events. And I keep talking to people about how we love Tai Chi and Qigong, and we're here to honor World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, which was yesterday, because that was a fabulous day, both in person and online. But also, there are many, many other things like yoga and meditation and shabasha, which I want to learn more about now. And although I did see Fabrice yesterday on World Tai Chi Day, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but just being able to share with others, most importantly, insurance companies, governments, health organizations, whatever, that this stuff has a valid mechanism. It can improve your life. There's nobody, I think, whose life does not get improved in some way, shape, or form, whether they're very sick and need to get well, or just okay but need to get better. These practices are extremely helpful to everyone. So if I had to have a final word, that's what I would say.
Okay, thank you very much. Before Neil actually interrupts me, I am delighted to see the creator of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day here, Professor Emeritus, if he wants to be called it, bearded car driver yesterday. I saw you on the car. Were you driving and with your lovely wife, Angela? So, Bill, you've been kind enough to listen to the few speakers that have collectively joined me, individually spoken, but we have a few minutes. Would you like to say a few words and then maybe get a few conclusions from my speakers as well? Okay.
Directed at me, Keith.
Now over to you, Bill.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things really quick. Malcolm is such a great teacher. I was really, the way he describes things and explains things, that was so brilliant. And when he was talking about, moving from the dantian instead of from the head, I catch myself doing that all the time. And I realize what's happening when I do that is I'm like worrying or rushing. And then when I correct my posture and I sink back into my dantian, it has this whole emotional and mental component where all of a sudden I notice, oh, look how beautiful the sky is. You know what I mean? It puts you in this whole different space. And so we could be teaching just that simple thing that Malcolm was teaching, how to walk. Yep. And it would change the world. And then, Karen, I just wanted to say, yesterday and today, I'm just overwhelmed by the wisdom that is in the Tai Chi and Qigong community. It's really something to be able to sit here and listen to it. And before I move on to that, I just wanted to mention CJ Rhodes, Dr. Rhodes is doing a presentation at Harvard on the science for mind-body practices for children. And so that's a very exciting thing that's going on. But Karen, I just wanted to mention, you were talking about how it was like you were flowing in the Tao. It was like your whole journey was like this Tao flow, but you were able to surf it. It's like when we kind of follow that flow, it'll just lead us to places. And I think that's the whole thing that's going on in the planet. Everybody is trying to find how to surf that Tao. They don't all know it, and that's where we come in. Is to kind of share our stories. But I had exactly the same experience. I never planned on teaching Tai Chi. I was doing it in my backyard, and one of my neighbors came over and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Can you show me how to do that? And then that's how the whole thing started. And then we had a hospital class, and then the doctors were healing from things, and then everything just exploded from that. But Malcolm was talking about economics and what young people are facing and the difficulty it is to pay for an extra class. And Karen, you were talking about war and peace. And so I just wanted to mention real quick, our goal is to get every mind-body person in the world chatting with other mind-body people about the Global Transformation Project. Have you heard about the Global Transformation Project? Oh yeah, they have all this science that shows that if we were teaching school children how to do this in public school, it would save society trillions of dollars year after year, year after year. And, as some American politician said, trillion here, trillion there, pretty soon you're talking about some real money. And then also it would empty our prisons. All this science is there. And so we just want this to just become just an ordinary everyday discussion that, when people talk to each other, oh, have you heard, if we just put mind-body teachers into public schools and have a mind-body class teaching kids how to, work with their mind and body, it saved trillions of dollars, and it would advance world peace all over the world, because the amygdala, the fear and stress part of the brain, shrinks physically when people practice these practices, so children could maintain that as they get older. And then you see less crime in cities that bring in meditators. It's all science. All the science is there. So it's just been quite a journey, just beholding the wisdom in the Tai Chi and Qigong community.
Right. I think that we've got a few moments, but I started off with our Scouser friend from Liverpool. Jim, is there anything you want to say as a conclusion to this very informative group of people and the actions that we're actually trying to get together across the world? From today, we had, although he's not been able to show images or himself in videos, Tevye from as far away as Vietnam, through Singapore, which was an added attraction. Thank you very much indeed, Amalia. Right the way through our UK areas and over to the States. And I believe if Roger is available, he's going to be talking later on through Sharon Rose's activities. But Jim, a couple of final words from you?
I'm just astonished to be here with all these beautiful people. It's a wonderful radiance. I mean, that's the deal, isn't it? You just kind of like, it's just radiant chi. You bring it in, you turn it into gold, and then how did I get into this? I don't know.
Because this silly person in Southampton
Bill,
called you one day.
Nice to see you, Bill.
Okay.
James.
Anyway, right. Bill, you
seems like
mentioned
we just met. Seems like we just met a couple of days ago. It's been decades.
Anyway, when I first met the sites for Bill Douglas, I remember obtaining and printing off, before I finished full-time work, a document that was regarding the commercialization and ability to earn money from Tai Chi and Qigong. Do you remember that document, Bill?
Yeah,
that was 2004.
Somebody just emailed me about that.
We have the proof with people like Jim, Malcolm, Karen, Sharon, CJ. Everybody is working to the same ends for the benefit of our populations. Malcolm, is there something you would like to add to the conclusions?
No, just reiterating what other people are saying. Really, it's great to hear from other practitioners from around the world, and that we're all basically hopefully heading towards the same goal, really. And it's a great way of keeping in touch. And hopefully, like me, you want to teach till you're 100 and enjoy it. So thank you very much.
What else would we do?
Exactly.
Anyway, the lady that's from Singapore, is there something you'd like to conclude with there, Amalia?
Oh, yes, it's so wonderful to be with everyone. And I'd just like to say to Karen, thank you for creating the Tai Chi Peace Walk, because that we know it emanates into the field and it's real. And as we know with the HeartMath Institute, that we actually make changes in the morphogenetic field. And so that is really a powerful act of peace, that walk. But thank you so much. It's been a pleasure
You know,
listening to your journey
you,
and to
you,
everybody's journey.
Okay.
you know,
And I
Amalia,
will miss you, CJ. I know. I'm really sad for not being at the Ocean Institute, Harvard Medical School, presenting on the children. And that's my new program. It's actually using Qigong to help children remember who they are. And maybe in the next segment, we could show a little bit of this a clip, and that's actually to help them activate the pineal gland, the yin tang, even more to be able to see clearly with clairvoyance. So
We've submitted the paper, and Wai Ching is one of the co-authors to the paper that on Tai Chi and Qigong for children. We've submitted it to the Journal for Tai Chi for the Tai Chi Science of Tai Chi Journal. We're waiting to hear back if it gets published. They had published my earlier article on the systematic review of children, Tai Chi and Qigong for children. So we have high hopes for that, and I'm just glad to see all of you and thankful for everyone to be
CJ's
here
done
and
her own.
gather together.
CJ's done her own research with students with Qigong meditation, and it was very successful. Yeah, so she's not only looking at the research, she's actually done it herself.
And tell us more about your event in New York. Is that right? And later on
It's the Tai Chi and Qigong Festival and Symposium. It's held at Mount Lake Park in Warwick, New York. Warwick, New York. Many of you may have heard of the Tai Chi Farm, which was started by Master Josam Hua, and I've been doing festivals for 20 years in his honor, and in Master Josam Hua's honor, and this is just a continuation of it. Finally, we're back in Warwick, New York, and able to kind of come to the birthplace of the Tai Chi Farm. Master Josam Hua was one of the very first masters who invited people from all styles. He did not believe that my style is the only style. He believed there are many, many ways up the mountain, and let's get all those different ways up the mountain together for a huge weekend of togetherness and love and learning. And so we are carrying on that tradition. So there's also an online version on June 13th. That's donation based. So everybody, please feel free to come to the 13th one, the one on June 13th, if you can't make it to New York for the 7th. The registration isn't open yet, but it will be open soon. And you just go to the taichifest.org website. So thank you.
Okay, right. We've come to the end of the 2-hour program that I was provided with, and I must say thank you to all the presenters that have shown up, shared their knowledge, their wisdom, their processes, how we can go forward, working closely with Bill, working closely with anybody around the world that allows us to promote, develop, and also provide health and well-being through Tai Chi and Qigong, and of course in harmony with Healing Our Earth, yoga, Ayurveda, etc., etc. And it gives me great, great, great delight to recognize the link between Jim and Sharon Rose being the same state, Colorado, and mentioning that Jim, did you know, Sharon, that he spent 30 years in Colorado until you threw him out? Anyway, thank you all again, and I'm handing over to Sharon for the next couple of hours. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Such a great honor.
Over to you, Neil.
Welcome, Sharon. Wonderful and well done, Keith. And everybody was here. CJ, Wai Ching Lee, Malcolm, James, Karen Shu. Such a wonderful work that's happening. The momentum that started nearly 27 years back, we can now take it completely to a different level. Hopefully within 3 to 7 years. Let the government, education authorities actually take it as an advisory body. Sharon, It's your turn now, and you and all the other people, including Siobhan, George is here as well. I want to thank Kit for bringing Pat here because she's going to be a centurion soon. And here is a proof that at any age, you can practice Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation. All of them can really help you. And the new body that will be setting up to bring scientific data, merging with integrated health in a quantum analysis, is really going to do very well. Bill, Angela, I hope Angela will be joining us. Thank you. You had a wonderful day yesterday. The social media went viral and it was so nice. Sharon, let's welcome and enjoy the next 2 hours with all the wonderful guests. And can you give us the news what happened yesterday between you, CJ, Bill, and Wai Ching, and then we move on with some videos. Over to you, Sharon, and welcome once again everybody to Healing Our Earth.
Global Namaste, everyone. I'm glad to be here after such a big day yesterday. It was just amazing. Throughout the world, people were practicing Qigong and Tai Chi. So many people enjoying this amazing practice. And I must give my congratulations to Bill Douglas, who began World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, and also to Siobhan, who was incredible on a 12-hour marathon program. Bill told me last night that George, and hi, George, that George and Siobhan, it was the most wonderful professional program that he has ever been associated with. And yes, and so we are so grateful to George and also to Siobhan for all the really intensive work they did.
Thank you, Sharon. And if it wasn't for George inspiring the 12-hour program and utilizing Cheryl and Koa, it would not have happened.
That's for
Yeah,
sure.
and George, I don't know if you have that video that you showed about cancer. That was incredible video. It was so touching. And if you have it, we'd love to see it. If you have
Actually,
it.
I think it's even on YouTube. But we have it. We can. I think our copy might be clear, but we can definitely send it to you. And that was Dr. Klein who put that together, and with me.
That was incredible. There were some.
If you send it out, include us, and we'll put it in the newsletter.
Yeah. Okay. We can do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were in that, Bill.
You know, I had forgotten.
So, hi, CJ.
Hi. And I have to tell you, Penny Klein, who did that documentary, she was such a fabulous soul, and lived with cancer for more than a decade. And still found time to do research. And she was one of my mentors, Joe Baumgarten's mentor in terms of research. She ran the research program at the Tai Chi Chuan, the symposium for international symposium for Tai Chi Chuan, and both in Tennessee at the university and in Canada. She ran the research part of the program. She was just a phenomenal person, and I miss her every single day. And her documentary was just fabulous. So I didn't realize it was on YouTube though. So I'm looking for that. I had it from before, but I do not have it anymore. So if you could, because her website is now down, but if someone could send me that YouTube video, I'd really love to
It's you can look at it's Cultivating Life Energy.
Okay, I will.
That's how you get in, and it has Qigong and cancer care.
Thank you so much, because that was what deepened me into more of my Qigong practice, was the potential of having ovarian cancer in 1990. So it really touched my heart and brought tears, actually. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Penny would be happy.
So, Bill, George, and Siobhan, give us kind of a glimpse of analysis of what happened yesterday for World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
Well, I
We'll
thought
start
it was
George was
brilliant.
in the epicenter.
Okay, go ahead, Bill.
No, you were in the epicenter. Go for it.
Well, I participated in Tai Chi Qigong Day with my school in the past. And when it came up that we're doing it again, what I found is that, okay, you get a bunch of schools around the world and a bunch of people doing Tai Chi and Qigong, taking videos and sending it in. That's as far as it goes. And when do you do that? Just here and there and on the website. So to me, it made more sense to actually share with some of the professionals, people, and things are new, like yourself, Sharon. You know, that movie's incredible, the music's going to be incredible, and people need to see it. And all the people who participated, like Robert Peng and so on. And it just seemed to me that we should do it. So my original plan was to do it for a couple hours. And then I have a coach, and he's pretty good. And I told him about it. He says, no, 20. First, he said 24 hours. Then I said, no. And then he said 12 hours. I already have it set up for 4. He says, no, this is not negotiable. He says, it's 12 hours. Okay. And he was online or on board, and he sent it out to people and so on. So that's what we did. And I did 3 actually charity events where it was called Arts of the Ancient East. And all my students and masters that I knew all came in and all participated, from kids right up to top rank, all different styles. And it was to raise money for Hospice Niagara and for Wellspring Niagara, which was a cancer place where people could go for free and do stuff. I taught there for 18 years. Anyway, so we followed that format that we set up for the stage show, because it had to be tight. You know, people could go off, people have to go in, and so on. So I still had the book of all the pages that we did, and I followed that basic format, and of course adjusted it somewhat. But it just made sense to me that people hear from all these people and get involved around the world. And we got some videos from around the world, from Africa to India. We got some video from. So it just made sense where people could come in and learn. And the thought was not just, I mean, we know. I mean, we're all professionals. We all do Tai Chi and Qigong, so we pretty much know the people, and we're quite depth in our whatever style that we use. So I thought maybe some people that we could share it that'll don't know anything about Qigong, particularly right now with the cancer program and heart program and all these things that can help. And it needs to get out there. So that was the thought. And we put it together, and Siobhan was great. We kind of connected right away. And she did her work. Cheryl, wife, did work. It meant tremendously. You have no idea. Sometimes she was up at 3 o'clock in the morning because she was so intent on making this perfect. I said, don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. Anyway, it turned out fine. She's relieved, and a lot of credit goes to her. Joe Baumgarten, same thing. He said, whatever you need. So we go on, and let's touch on this topic and heart and cancer and arthritis and osteoporosis and so on. And so he did it. He's a doctor of physical therapy, for those you may not know. He was actually a student of Penny Klein's, Dr. Klein's. And now he's a doctor of physical therapy. He's also a physical therapist, and he comes to all these things, and he's 5th generation in this particular lineage. So anyway, I thought doing it this way, people did tune in, tune out, and I don't know what the numbers are in comparison, but we had about 500 people that actually touched in and touched out and so on and came in. So that's a little more than normal. So that's good. And I know that a lot of people that in my sphere of acquaintances actually tuned in, and they stayed on. My sister, who was in it, she's teaches Qigong out in Kingston, Ontario. She was on for 10 hours. And I got a message from her this morning. She really enjoyed it, thought it was good. And we're getting a lot of response from it. People think it was good. So I think the recordings, with 500 people that looked at it live, when the recordings are out, people will be going back and forth. And I think you'll see a big skyrocket there because they can do it at their own time and leisure. So yeah, I'm really happy how it turned out. And
I think you created it was like an explosion of inspiration and information, just put so elegantly and so approachable, and you know what I mean. And I think it was like a brilliant thing. And going back to what Karen Sue was talking about how the Tao kind of flowed her into what she was doing. As I hear you describing how, yeah, and then we had this thing already prepared that we could use as a template. It was like you were like surfing this Tao thing. And I got to be honest with you, George, when I first started talking, when we first started talking about doing this, uh, I kind of hesitated because I was real busy with a lot of stuff. And when you organize something like this for so many years, you get approached by a lot of people, and a lot of times, they've got a big idea, but they don't really realize how much grunt work it's going to take to do that. You know what I mean? And so then, you know what I mean? So you get in kind of weird position, where people bring you ideas, and then you'll kind of think, well, I don't know if I want, you know what I mean? And I was kind of like that. And then I don't know, I was just sitting there, maybe meditating in my backyard or something. And it was like this voice that said, yeah, do this, do this. And oh my God, then I sat back and watched you and Siobhan and me and Angela have been amazed, watching all this thing develop. And, I mean, it was the most gorgeous production. And, I was overwhelmed by just the again the incredible wisdom in the Tai Chi and Qigong community. It's awe-inspiring. It really shows me that there's something happening all over the planet, because there's these incredible teachers all over the planet, and people are getting healed from things they're not supposed to be getting healed from. And there's this percolating thing that's spreading around the planet. So you've got really kind of two worlds. You got this dysfunctional organizational system of society, government and healthcare and all that kind of stuff. It is changing, but there's, CJ Rhodes was talking about the pharmaceutical issue. That's an issue. So it is changing, but the world is changing beyond that. It's like those structures aren't containing what's going on here. This is big and huge. And but I did want to, one thing about Malcolm mentioned, about the changes after the lockdowns and the pandemic. It is more difficult to get people to slow down since the lockdowns. So that's something that we're all dealing with. But it's getting better. It'll get better and better and better and better. And we'll figure out new ways to teach because of it. But yeah, there's just something really amazing spreading across the planet, George, and you really put it all together yesterday.
Well, there's a lot of spirituality behind this that made this happen. Because when you get an idea and you just know it's right, and you go through it, and everything fell into place. Siobhan and Koa, my tech guy, and Cheryl, and it just fell into place. And same thing with you. You just had a sense that this should happen. And if you take a look, if you sit back and look at the events that led up to this, that made this possible, there's something else besides just us that's influencing this. That's my belief. Yeah. So, because it just happened. And the interesting thing is, this was a test run. When you think about it, it's a test run. Now, I'm telling you, next year, if this is done again, people will be asking to come in. This year was kind of a little bit pulling teeth in some cases because, it's who knows? And then it turns out to be successful. Now everybody's going to see it. They're going to want to participate, and it'll be that much better, so. But we had a lot.
If I can just interpose here, let's look at the history here. I mean, years ago, I forgot when it was, 2018, something like that, before the pandemic, before the technology finally caught up, DDR tried to do, I think 2 or 3 years in a row, he tried to do a 24-hour World Tai Chi Day. You remember that, Bill? And quite frankly, I watched it because I'm, always interested in these things, and I can't say that it was a success.
Well, the technology was so kludgy.
What?
The technology was so kludgy back then.
Yeah, that's true. And it wasn't DDR's fault. No. It was the technology, because the technology had not yet caught up. So now we've got a technology that makes all of this much easier. But we also have, let me tell you, Siobhan, You were born for doing this sort of thing. You are so good at it. I can't even hold a candle. You talk a lot about the stuff I do, like the research and I know, but I can't do what you do. And you are so good at it. And George, you are just so good at the organizing and the getting it together. And I'm telling you, the two of you, just amazing, completely amazing. And so I'm so glad to hear you say that, yes, this is just a test run. I want to see this every year during World Tai Chi Day. I want to see, I'd love to see it as a 24-hour thing so that we can get all the countries involved. And but you can't do it yourself. No. You got to have every 4 hours. You got to switch to a different host, because you cannot, one person cannot do it. But the organizational structure that you guys have put into place to make that happen, the interspersing of the live with the videos, which is the key, because of course we didn't have the technology to do that years ago either. And nobody can be on for 24 hours or even like 4 hours, but the interspersing, the gathering of the information ahead of time, you guys were just so good. I cannot say enough about how great that event was yesterday. The organization of it, the way it flowed, and the actual putting it on and doing it was just fabulous.
Well, if our audience wants to see it, how do they get to see it?
Well, Cole's got the 12 hours, and he's cutting it down. He should have it done in a day or two. And then from there, I guess, where do you want to build YouTube?
Yeah, you can, everybody can put it up as far as I'm concerned. I'll take it and do some editing. I like to put some, things in there that kind of augment it. But the way I feel is, we should talk about this, but the way I feel is really we should just let any YouTube channel put this content on there.
Absolutely.
Anybody that wants to put it on there, because anybody that's in it might want to put it on their YouTube channel too, and just get it out like that. But one thing I just wanted to mention, now that CJ's talked about, this gargantuan effort that you've done, George, there is an International Day of Tai Chi in March. You could do it then too.
Send him an email, tell him to join us.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, good idea. So I want to get to Siobhan, but I also want to mention that Clara Apollo here also did her own event prior to that in the UK. Tell us about it, Clara.
Well, I got inspired by you guys. And I thought, what a brilliant idea, because, it is an international thing, and there's only so many people in this area to do in-person things. And because I've had quite a few Qigong players on my podcast in the past, it just felt like a no-brainer to me. Well, to start with, it was like, have I got enough time? Because I think it was only about 10 days before I thought, well, why don't I ask them? And then if people say yes, then it's meant to happen. And so that's why it went on a little bit longer. I was only going to do 2 hours, and it ended up being 4 hours, 40 minutes. Because the people you don't want to edit folk out when they're in their flow and their wisdom's coming through, and there's so much joy in sharing this too, and the different angles coming in. But I was absolutely fascinated by the common threads that were being spoken as well. And I had thought, would it be good to sort of drop some music in by people who I know use Qigong to help them with their creativity, but I thought not this time, Claire. It was only me. I thought I did them on pre-record, and so at least that they were locked into a certain parameter, and then I had the order just came naturally. It's just like there was a flow there that I didn't have to think about that. It was just wanted to be like that. But I did feel that this is a great beginning. What else can we do here to engage people with the varied amount of Qigong, but also the key components that we all share? So I love that. And the words common unity came out of me at some point, and I really feel this with you all. There's a community and common unity around what we're doing here. So thanks for inspiring me.
Well, I got a good idea. Why don't you do the first 12 hours? We'll do the second 12 hours next year.
Yeah, but I'd like some help, please. I'm not doing it on my own.
We should find somebody in we should find somebody in Oceania, you know what I mean? You break the world into thirds. So you got Oceania, Asia, and then you got Europe, and then you got
Wai Ching, she's over there.
Yeah.
He's a great host.
I hung out for 8 hours hosting myself because my co-host had to be in clinic and tending to her patients. You know, when I did a medical, a sort of a therapeutic 3-day conference, and I had to sit there for 8 hours for 2 days.
Well,
So
there, you've
myself.
already
So
practiced. You've already practiced. You
practiced.
can
I've
do
got
it.
the stamina. I've got the chi. I can go for it. Join you next year.
But what was lovely is that
maybe George could share. Maybe George could share his organizational methods that he's got.
Absolutely, yeah.
I really felt the team of you guys when I flipped over and came and watched what you were doing. I could really feel this unification of you all working together as a team, and that was that strong. And that, you know, I think that is a way forward to in this kind of behavior. One person shouldn't be doing it all.
It's gonna be so much easier if you would expand in England and people follow the same program that we set up, and people are going to want to come in. And we have to keep in mind, you know, keep our eye on the higher purpose and not the lower concern.
Absolutely.
Our purpose is
Well,
getting people.
and it can be a great organizing tool too, because you can reach out to other teachers and schools, you know, in Europe or in Asia and Oceania, in Amalia's case, because that's the thing about World Tai Chi Day happened. We realized that if we showed other schools and teachers that this was in their interest, because they're all struggling, you know, to get people to be aware of what they do. And so that's how it really got its wheels, when people realized, oh, if I sign up at World Tai Chi Day, people will find me. They'll find my classes like that. And so what you guys would be offering is notoriety, where they would, you know, they're being invited on a global podcast, and that's going to be something that they can use, you know, to show their community, you know, that they're in standing, you know, in a global Tai Chi and Qigong community. And I think a lot of teachers would, you know, like, I think George is right. I think it'll develop a momentum, and then you'll have an organizational structure, you know, that could do all kinds of things beyond even just, you know, the World Tai Chi Day event.
And I also think that we should consider how World Tai Chi and Qigong, which are absolutely fabulous, and we all, of course, love it, are really only one of the many similar integrative healthcare mechanisms that work. And you know, someone like Neil, who has all of these connections with the yoga world and the Ayurveda world and all those other stuff. We really do need to kind of work together to make all of these things working together instead of working against each other, and being able to enable everybody to recognize the underlying mechanisms so they can choose their own practices, which are, because I do them all. I don't know if you know this. I do Pilates, I do yoga, I do Tai Chi, I do Qigong, I do meditation, I do it all, because they all each give a little bit slightly different benefits, and I need them all because I have a lot of health issues. So, you know, I'd like to see the Tai Chi and Qigong grow as absolutely much as possible, but I'd also like to see us working together with a whole big group of integrative healthcare practices, which is one of the reasons why I love going to this conference in Boston, because this one is the science of Tai Chi and Qigong, but they have others that are just as powerful for all the other integrative healthcare.
Well, I think it's important. The bottom line is the higher purpose is to help people find out, let them know that there's a different way, that you don't have to suffer side effects, you don't have to suffer surgeries necessarily, and that this will change your life. And it doesn't matter what style it is. I mean, Qigong is Qigong, Tai Chi is Tai Chi. I don't think new people go in to look for a particular style, or they want Chen, or they want Yang, or they want Sun, or whatever. I think they're looking for a teacher.
You know, I get students in my Yeah, I get students in my hospital classes, and when they discover the Tai Chi and Qigong, they go, well, I've been doing this yoga. Should I stop doing that? And I'm like, no, do it all. Do it all. And what I've found is that learning yoga and mindfulness and meditation, that's had a huge impact on my Tai Chi. My Tai Chi is way deeper and more vast because of exploring these other things. And,
Well, some of my instructors were actually yoga. They have yoga studios, so the yoga practitioners. Now they've added Qigong in because it's made a big difference. And some of the students prefer to do the Qigong and a little bit of yoga, or just the Qigong, or just the yoga. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because
And on building the family that CJ was talking about, I had a poignant experience yesterday at World Tai Chi Day. When we showed up for our World Tai Chi Day event, there was a big yoga group holding a yoga class on the lawn right there where we were. And so I went down and I said, hey, how you guys doing? I said, this is World Tai Chi Day. This is where World Tai Chi Day started, right here 27 years ago. And then I said, and then we found out from the Princeton engineering research director that the World Tai Chi Day had actually increased coherence and global consciousness, and also they were all doing yoga. And I said, and also World Yoga Day changed coherence and global consciousness. And all these yoga students are looking at me when I'm saying this, and they've got this look of like they're hearing something magical. You know what I mean? That what they're doing is echoing out through the cosmic sphere of humanity. But the yoga teacher was really irritated because I was interrupting her class. And so, well, see, what it is the teachers think you're trying to steal their students from them. And that's the problem. That was the problem with the Tai Chi community when we first started organizing World Tai Chi Day. Everybody looked at each other like competitors. You see what I mean? And so now the mind body community, same thing. Same thing. A yoga teacher, if you start talking to their students about something like this, they'll think, and same thing with Tai Chi teachers. It's just a human condition. But that's what we're all doing, as a collective, is we're starting to erase these boundaries between the mind body community, and then the flow of the Tao. It has room to expand in much more huge ways because we're this massive collective, and we feel like the Global Transformation Project could be a real catalyst for bringing all the mind body spheres together, because what we're saying is that we're not going to run this. We want local schools in cities all over the world to invite local mind body teachers, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, because the science is there, and just do it on a local level like that. We're not trying to engineer. And so we're hoping that this could be a catalyst if we talk about this with other mind body groups and stuff, how we can come together around this goal of mind body education and public education.
That's fantastic.
And I've actually been teaching Qigong, invited to teach Qigong in about 10 yoga festivals already in Asia. From a Bali Spirit Festival to the one in Jakarta and one in Hong Kong, which had 3,000 people attending the Hong Kong Yoga Festival. So there's a beautiful integration that's happening. And actually, there's an interview of me somewhere about the yoga and Qigong. So I practice both too. And how about a little dance in there as well? So that's
if you have any videos of you presenting Qigong at a yoga festival, I'd love to put it up on our website and get it out in the newsletter, because it plants, it's like when we're pioneering new possibilities, and then when you share it with other people, then they go, oh, okay, oh yeah, you could do that. That's normal. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to get to Siobhan, but I do want to say that Bill and I, and watching most of the people here actually are planning a really big international mechanism by which teachers will be able to have films and other events throughout the world. We want to start with quantum chi. And our big call to action now is that we are putting together the mechanisms by which different centers, teachers can screen it for their students. Because I brought together 28 different teachers, which is unusual. Usually they're in competition, as Bill said. And my mission was and is to bring Tai Chi and Qigong to the awareness of the global community to the same level as yoga, and bring it all together. But we'll begin with this. So if any of you out there in Healing Our Earth are interested in having a screening of quantum chi and bringing it to your community, we've seen when we screen it that people of all different ages and all different cultures, etc., immediately want to practice. And so when I've screened it, I've had Wai Ching come with me, and immediately then she gives some teaching, and everybody is really happy, and they just want to jump in and learn. So any teachers out there, it's a really good way to attract new students. Have your students come and bring their families to show them what this is all about. We have a great,
and you can be creative. You could like maybe work with your local Unity church, or even local movie, indie movie theater. Just kind of let your imagination be the limit of how you take this and run with it.
yeah,
We showed it in Glastonbury with Clara as well. So
Well, I think some of the things then I want Cheryl, this is Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
This is my sweetie. She did so much work along with Siobhan. And again, Siobhan, we're going to talk here for a second. But first, I think in the moving forward, we should have some of these teachers teach one thing, because people like to learn. So even if they're already students, they like to learn one little thing. Can I learn some energy Qigong? Can I learn some of this movement or that movement? And there's so many different ones, and people will come just to learn from those things, as well as listen to some of the other things that we do and just bring it together. But anyway, Siobhan, come on, talk.
I was just going to say, there's so much to answer right now, but I do have an idea for next year, but I'm keeping it between me and George for the time being before everybody gets involved. But I do have a great idea for next year, and it will be easier on all of us. I really liked the fact that we had the videos. Also for a personal reason, because if we needed to eat something or run to the bathroom, we had those videos to take those short breaks. But I think it was also a testament to the power of Tai Chi and Qigong that the four of us could be on for 12 hours. And I didn't really feel the effects of it until 10 o'clock, when my body said, no, you're not staying up late tonight to watch the movie. You're falling asleep. And I had a good rest. And I think that is a example of the power of these practices. I do agree. CJ came up with a fabulous idea of bringing all the different practices together. The reason I agree with CJ on this is that there's power in numbers. The AMA has a strong hold, as does the insurance companies, and it's time for us to join together worldwide, as self-care is as important. Responsibility for everybody. One of the graphs that really concerned me on a personal level, as well as for everybody, was that the decline in the birth rate, okay, and the increase in the elderly. And that's right about the time that I'm going to turn 80, and there's not going to be enough caregivers because the older population's rising, the birth rate's going down. And our country right now is not equipped to handle this situation, this challenge. Other countries have a better system. And if we don't wake people up, there's going to be a serious problem for people who are aging that are not taking care of themselves. One woman.
We're in a boat that's got a big hole in it, and if we get this stuff into public education, that'll plug the hole, and then we'll be able to bail the ship out. You see what I mean? Because those trillions of dollars won't keep coming through that hole.
It's going to be too late for me. I mean, yes, in the long run.
Not really. Think about it. Think about it. If the instant that it starts happening, immediately you start cutting health costs in a huge way, because it's going to make those kids are going to get sick a lot less. They're going to be on less ADD drugs. They're going to be on less, antidepressants. They're going to be in jail less. You're going to be saving police and court costs.
I agree with you.
This stuff will happen very quick. Well, all I'm saying is, we're visionaries. We just paint the vision. I'm not arguing about anything. I'm just constantly painting the vision so that people realize, hey, there's a big hole in the ship. If we plug the hole, then that's going to stop.
In the long run, yes. In the long run, yes. But right now, in 20 years' time, we are not going to have the numbers of caregivers to help the aging population.
If you're saving trillions of dollars,
please let me finish. But the self-care is where that's going to happen and help the aging population.
I'm not arguing with that. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, is that if we don't have the numbers of caregivers, my age group has to wake up and start doing self-care.
Yeah.
Well, we all are agreeing in that.
Absolutely.
So if I could just finish, and then you all can talk. But the only other thing I wanted to say was, I loved the videos that, like George said, that you could experience, like Solalas at the end was such a great boost of energy and happiness. And so we could all partake of that experience. And I think that's important. But I also liked the flow of the whole day. And a lot of credit goes to George's vision of how this is going to be. And of course, we are so grateful to Bill and Angela for creating this, planting the seed 27 years ago. Thank you.
Keith, did you want to say something?
Oh, yes, please, if I may. We learn so much from these wonderful activities, but we're talking about how do we join up with other modalities. And several years ago, I produced a couple of sketches which I put onto my computer, and it's called the hub, spoke and wheel process. In the center, I put in Tai Chi and Qigong, and I had about 12 spokes with names on them, including yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, Pilates, and others. And if this can help, I'm only too pleased to reconstitute that, because I have had the feeling that we've been working very, very closely towards integrated care health through not just Tai Chi and Qigong, not just yoga, meditation, Chinese and Indian. It's about everything coming together. And if that wheel helps, it's just another engineering procedure that I thought might be of use. I've never ever released it, but if you think it might help, I shall dig around in the old files and see if we can save some time. Because in the UK, we've done the thing with Zumba, and I can't recall if I've mentioned that a few years ago, a guy called Simon Stevens was head of Public Health England, and he spent £1 million on Zumba classes for NHS personnel. Where does the money come from for actually promoting Tai Chi and Qigong? And this is what we're actually leaning to. We have all the good ideas. We need some mortar between the bricks. We need the wall to be built. We need to have the pyramid. And as you were talking, I recalled many years ago, I was on holiday down in the West Country, out on one of the moors, and there were some ladies with what was a copper pyramid made up of pipes. And I walked into it and they said, "Who the hell are you?" She said, "Because the energy levels went up by a factor of 10. And I didn't class myself as anybody expert, but it gave me the recognition that said, there is something in this. If I can help in any way in terms of organizing, I am trying to cut down. Siobhan, you are a youngster. You are a youngster.
That's the Qigong coming through.
Is it Pat, is still listening in here? She has 4 years to go to be a centurion. I have 4 years to go to be a 90. So I don't have too much time. George, I couldn't watch all of it yesterday. Let's share. Please, let's share.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Sharon, for letting me interlude.
Oh, of course. So
thank you, Sharon. I'm sorry to interrupt, but thank you so much for explaining to George and I the different people on your movie and to have them invite them to be a part of the program. So we appreciate your support and your recommendations of esteemed teachers. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I had a call from Dr. Paul Hanna.
I love
was
him.
So thrilled from being on, and he really wants to maintain contact with us all. He's such a sweetie.
He is. He was so inspiring.
Yeah, I'd like to take a moment and show the trailer for Quantum Chi.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. You'll see in the beginning.
This is a new trailer for a lot of people because it has the some of the awards at the beginning. Right. I think that's a huge addition. It's great.
I couldn't believe it. It was a whole page.
Yeah, they keep. It was interesting because when I was, downloading all the laurels, I noticed that I had thought that it had won in Shanghai for the soundtrack. But then I noticed that it won both for the soundtrack and the documentary as best documentary. So that was very exciting because just like all the work I've done with India, I like to reflect back the beauty of the culture as I've experienced it. And so to have the film festival in Shanghai acknowledge both the film and the music is just wonderful. And okay, so I'll show you this. Then I have some other things I would like to. Let's see. Let me know if you hear the sound because.
Sharon, you're muted, so we won't. Oh, there it is.
It's okay.
No, we can't hear it.
Qi is the foundation of many healing arts. Qi is the foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi.
What is Qi? Ask back what is not Qi? Whether from an ancient wisdom tradition or newly discovered quantum physics point of view, we know for sure the whole universe is made of energy.
When the chi flowing, you can feel like warm, nice, expand, some tingling. So there are many different sensations. Because chi, when it moves, it also have a power to heal.
And therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, for longevity, for self-healing, and for healing others.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for sports, for martial arts, improving strength, stamina, coordination, balance. It's also an athletic skill because it improves your understanding of your body and your physical strength.
It's interesting that the Chinese came up with this array or spectrum of practices that starts with very internally focused meditation and then moving up into gentle Qigong practices and then continuing on to Tai Chi practices and then ending up over in Kung Fu and gymnastics and so forth.
The warrior of Qi is about transforming stress, unhealthy power dynamics, the suppression of people, the destruction of nature. The warrior looks around and sees what the world is doing, finds ways that need to be transformed, to be shifted, and holds that vision of a higher practice in their hearts.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. When you start dealing with energy, you want to know, oh, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
In the end, why do we do Qigong? It's to lead a happy, quality, beautiful life. Yeah? It's to elevate the human experience. So that's more than listening to all the bad news in the world. We can't change everything. We can change ourselves. This is what Qigong can do. It's an empowerment to learn Qigong. It's a true health care system. And this is the opportunity in sharing Qigong with the world.
What's going on?
Sharon, you may not be aware, there is no sharing, nothing is happening, so let's chit chat.
Yes, I can't find you actually. You've disappeared.
So Sharon,
So if
while
you look
Sharon's
at the-
doing that, I don't know, I can't talk apparently.
Just 1 second, Bill,
It's
please.
not the video and
Sharon, if
audio
you
is
look
not in
at your
sync.
screen, you have minimized your screen and therefore you have lost it. So look on the top where you got a cross, maximize and minimize. If you bring it back, you rolled into somebody else's video as well. So we can carry on with the chit-chatting, Bill, and I think you wanted to say something? Why
Yeah,
change,
what?
you were saying something.
Yeah, the thing is, unmute. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the thing about Sharon's documentary, this is such an incredibly rare piece of art. I tell Sharon all the time, you're not going to find any bigger cinema fan than me. I spent most of my life in movie theaters whenever I could have enough money to go to a movie. And this is a rare piece of art. And art has the ability to reach people that we could never reach with intellectual discussions or even teaching or anything like that. It has the ability to get out there. And, one thing that was popping into my head like a light bulb just now, and I hope I'm, not putting anything on anybody, but I'll just throw it out there. It seems like Cheryl and George and Koa, it would be great if they could attend one of your meetings with Doug. Doug is Sharon's attorney, and he has an expert that's really well versed with AI. Now, I have mixed feelings about AI, but I feel like if we use it for good, that's good. And they're talking about a big possibility of having a venue for mind-body teachers where they could contribute their own teaching and be able to make some money off of it. It'd be this huge integrative system, and what you're doing, George, with these annual things is a template. You could use this for International Day of Tai Chi in March. You could use it for World Yoga Day, because these UN organizations, they don't organize the way that we organize. They don't give people a place where they can go show themselves, having their World Yoga events and stuff like that. There's I just feel like there's like this huge network that's forming of possibility, connecting people with all these skills. And like they said, Siobhan and George, my God, you guys were like the coolest team to do this thing. You were better than any team that I've ever seen on TV or radio or anything. The way that you interacted and presented everything, it's really magical to see all this genius coming together. And Dr. Rhodes is going to Harvard to present the science on mind body for education. And I mean, it feels like we're kind of in the middle of like some huge thing that's happening.
And to get back just to the quantum chi itself, I have watched the whole thing, and I just saw that trailer again. But this is the first time I have seen that trailer on a big screen TV. My brother left a huge 52-inch console monitor in my Tai Chi studio, and so I took advantage of it, and I quickly switched it over so I could watch this trailer on the big screen, because I've never seen it on a big screen. I've only ever seen it on a small little computer screen. And let me tell you, I said publicly that it was a transcendent experience on a small screen. But let me tell you, it's a whole nother experience on a large screen. And that's why we really do need to bring this into like the movie theaters and the places where people can see it on huge screens. The art is such a level that has to happen for you to get the full benefit of this fabulous, fabulous endeavor. So just
immersion.
That
immersion.
You.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a kinesthetic, being a dancer all my life, and then training in craniosacral therapy and Feldenkrais, etc. I'm a kinesthetic, and I wanted people. That's why I was so excited this is like 10 years ago when I started this, and when I met a guy here, even in Crestone, up in the middle of nowhere, who was a drone photographer. I said, "Oh, this is what we need." So, I mean, I remember when Amalia Wai-Ching was here, and she climbed this kind of mountain practically of crystal to get up on the top, so we could film her doing her practice in that setting. And so, having that, it really brings in a different feeling. And then we have a lot of animations that show people healing with the chi. You saw that in the.
I remember climbing up there, Sharon, like 15, 20 minutes in my 18th century chi bao.
Right. So it's been. I remember we were filming in Massachusetts. Who was it? Lorelei Chang, and it was at this kind of reservoir, and then the drone somehow just went down and down and down, and then into the water, and then goodbye, and we had to go buy another one. I mean, the filming of it was quite the endeavor. But the other piece of it, and if we have time, I'm going to show, because the people in Healing Our Earth have met my collaborator in the music, Michael Burdick. And I have like a 10-minute video to show of how we worked on the music, because the music, and I know that everyone in Healing Our Earth is aware of how I work with the music and bring influences from the world all together. The interlude in Quantum Chi, and John Milton is going to come on in a minute. He wrote the words. It was the information in the film is so intense that I thought we needed a little rest to really experience the flow of the Tao. So I asked Jabing Chen, who's pretty much a treasure of China. She's like a foremost musician of China, playing this gorgeous instrument called the erhu. I'd been working with her on another project. Actually, she plays on my Lakshmi song for all of you out there in India, the Indian, our Indian guests. And her playing was so incredible that I decided to have a little interlude, a music video interlude. And that one also has been winning and lots of awards. It's been very exciting. So I brought her in, and then I had John Milton, who we all on Healing Our Earth know, write a reinterpretation of chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching on the way of nature. John's a Qigong and Tai Chi teacher. He has the way of nature as his, that's his what do you call it? I'm a little tired from editing so many things.
One thing I wanted to mention real quick is the famous actress Joan Chen wrote a review for Sharon's documentary, and she said she's a huge Chi Bing fan, and that she loved this doc, and that's why she watched it and loved it.
Yeah, I really want to send it off to Jet Li and Donnie Yen, because Master Li Junfeng, who's featured in the film, and he was one of the people that World Tai Chi and Qigong Day was dedicated to. He trained them, and actually I have footage of them as young men being trained by Master Li.
Sharon,
So,
Sharon,
yes.
if you could keep the 10-minute video ready. So open it in your window. Don't share your desktop. So we go straight to the video, but wait for a moment. Let's break in for a while. Wai Ching, if you could bring a 2-3 minute nice Tai Chi meditation or Qigong meditation, let's break in. So we get a bit of meditation in, and then we will go into the video over here. And while John and other people come, we'll be talking. We really want to know how yesterday fared. What was the highlights from each one of you, from Siobhan, CJ, and everybody? Wai Ching, bring some calm and peace into everybody for a while, just for 2-3 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
Hey, y'all, I love your surprises, Neil. It's just, but I think everybody seems to be pretty calm around here. So, are we buying time? Is that right? Is that
No,
Sharon?
Wai Ching, we are not, because Wai Ching, this is a Healing Our Earth, where the audience are situated in the YouTube, Facebook, and website and everything. So we go by the audience choices, because we really want to know how the celebration went yesterday. We want to see the video. It's okay, or you can just give a nice soothing 3-4 minutes, just bit of meditative thing. So Tai Chi and Qigong should also be meditative. It's not just physical.
Yes, in fact, that's the main thing, is the practice of Neigong. It's the internal alchemy first, before the Wei Gong, before the external movement. So yes, thank you for inviting me to do this. And we will just start, as always, with the breath. And if you'd like to close your eyes, we will just take that breath in at the time when we were born, when we were being formed as soul strands in the Wu Ji, which is the illimitable, the void, and the place of full potentiality and nothingness, which is known as the quantum field. And there we will bring in that spark of light, of Qi, life force that is within all of us and in all living things and in all existence. As we breathe in this light from the sun, the solar rays representing the yang, and the lunar rays representing the yin, the beautiful silvery strands of the moon, interweaving together like the double helixes, breathing in through the nostrils and into our living chalice, and breathing in the starlight of prismatic light and many colors, the rainbow lights as we breathe in and weave in together, tapping into the atmospheric chi, which is the energy that we came in with when we were born, while we were forming in the womb. And as we breathe in through the nostrils and down the front, to the lungs and to the heart, in the formation of the organs in all the organ systems, we let the light matrix of this liquid light go through all the organs in our bodies, forming on a cellular level this beautiful physical form which contains the chi of the universe. And breathing it down into the navel and breathing in through the etheric umbilical cord, which connects us with the primordial Jing, the primordial energy of the DNA of our biological mother and father, and also of the divine mother and father. We breathe in the light through the navel, the Tantien, the middle Tantien, into our kidneys, holding our physical chi, the Jing, the essence. And breathing down into the sacred creative force, the cauldron, and bringing that up, the energy up the spine to the top of the head, and going through the cerebrospinal fluids and through all the centers into the Mingmen, which is the gate of heaven, at the area of the kidneys, and taking the light then, holding the energy there for our physical self at this time as we go through changes in this world. We take this up, the energy to the top of the head and opening up in the byway and opening to the cosmos, again to Shen, or spirit, as we go through the many forms of spheres, the light spheres, through the many layers to the top of the head into a point of light to our source, back to the Wu Ji, and bringing this energy down into the supreme energy, the Tai Chi, and down into our bodies as they separate into yin yang. And we breathe in this light again from the atmospheric chi, the primordial Jing, and the Shen from spirit, and filling our bodies with light and chi light. And we can feel between our hands, if we would, the chi ball or the pearl, and feeling the energy between our hands and feeling ourselves, and taking this energy into our hearts as we send out this energy out into the world, into the places where humanity needs our support and love, and to surround the earth with this light and with our loving chi. And then smiling into our hearts and our lips and eyes, and coming back this inner smile into the planet Earth with these blessings and with this life force that is within us, in service and in love for the planet and its peoples. Taking another deep breath and coming back and opening the eyes gently and giving each other the sign of honor to each other as spiritual warriors and beings.
Beautiful. It's nice to have a bit of break here and there. Sharon, let's say hello to John. John, it's been such a long time. It's lovely to see you. You had been regular at Healing Our Earth. Sharon, introduce John. Let's welcome him. And then we want the video on. Over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
This is my dear, dear, dear friend, John Milton. He lives in Crestone. He's been on Healing Our Earth many times. One of the, I would say, one of the fathers of environmentalism. He is a wonderful Tai Chi and Qigong teacher, and of Tibetan Buddhism, and of shamanism, and of bringing you into total contact immersion in nature. Namaste, John.
Namaste. Thank you, Sharon. Very kind.
Just wanted to say, John, you were really brilliant in the documentary. It was really gorgeous, wisdom that you guys were sharing. Yeah, it was really something.
Thank you. It was a great honor to work with Sharon on that on the Tao film and working on the translation of chapter 16, which is the Way of Nature chapter. And actually our organization, our fellowship, the Way of Nature Fellowship, is named after, came from chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah. Yeah. So, John brings people from all over the world and travels all over the world to teach. He brings people into all these teachings, like the Tai Chi for liberation that he has. And then he sends them out into wild nature to really experience the depth of nature. Tell us a little more about that, John.
Yeah, in the context of Qi, our focus with Tai Chi and Qigong is really to work with the energy body as a means of deepening connection to the big family of all living things. Last time I was in China, for example, I was staying with a wonderful teacher in northern China, and we were traveling with her nuns. It was a nunnery that she was in charge of, and they honor Kuan Yin as one of their main lineage teachers. But we were driving along a little road in that country of China, and we came up over a little rise and saw a beautiful field of flowers along the stream. And I looked at my friend who was the head of the nunnery, and we both had the same idea, and we called out for the bus to stop, and we both ran out of the bus over to the field of flowers, lay down in the flowers, and began to sip the dew from the flowers, the original flower essence. And what a beautiful experience that was, tapping into the ancient flower essence process of China, which was part of the original Taoist system of healing. And it was all done to bond with the energetic resonation patterns of nature that provides us with so many healing capacities. And so we've been following that pathway in the Way of Nature, of utilizing the energy body as a means of deepening connection through the energy systems to connect with the energy bodies of the trees, the flowers, the rocks, and the other beings of nature as a means of deep attunement and coming back, laying the foundation for coming back into harmony with the big family of all living things, which in this era of climate change is absolutely essential. So one of the potentials of Qigong and Tai Chi is that it goes beyond the mind, beyond the mental means of connection into a deep energetic connection, which lays a foundation for really both benefiting from the big family of all living things and also being able to give back, so it's truly reciprocal and deep sharing. And that lays a very strong foundation for beginning to care for this extraordinarily beautiful planet that we've become part of, and lays a foundation really for much deeper level of the environmental movement so we can come back into balance.
And you also do a lot of work with the emotions.
Yes, a lot of shadow work.
John, you may be aware of it, but I always talk to my students about this. The British Horticultural Society, the supreme gardeners of the planet, I think, they said that the science is in. They said that when you speak lovingly to your plants, they become more symmetrical, more healthy, and more beautiful. They said the science is in on that. And so that love of nature actually makes nature even more beautiful. We start to realize that as we love this planet and love this humanity, that it has a scientifically proven effect on this planet and on this human family.
Absolutely correct. And also just simple things like in our Tai Chi and Qigong systems, we talk a lot about being grounded and really establishing a deep connection in that way. Part of my healing process, you may probably know, I've been through a pretty major healing crisis myself, and just recently got out of the wheelchair. And part of my healing, a lot of my doctors said, John, how is it that you've been able to heal so quickly? Normally this would put you down for a year. And I said, well, I go out into nature, I put my bare feet on the earth, and I receive the negative ion exchange that happens when you do that. And that's part of a profound level of the healing process potential. And then the other thing I do is to go over to one of my favorite trees here and embrace that tree and just bond with it. And the healing energy of the tree and the love and appreciation that I send to the tree comes right back at me, just as you were saying, Bill. So we can do that really with everything in nature. We even have a place here called the Sacred Land Sanctuary, which is really a temple of the earth or a temple of nature. And when we go there, there are meditation seats carved out of stone that have been there for over 10,000 years. And when we bond with those seats, there's a descent of violet light from the North Star, which comes down and infuses us, and then a beautiful energy from Mother Earth coming up through the feet. And the two energies of heaven and earth merge and bond in us as we sit in these ancient 10,000-year-old meditation seats that are made of stone. So the potentials for connecting to nature in a variety of ways is here for us. We just have to remember to do it. And in a time when the climate crisis is going to hit us big time, it's very important that we start doing these practices again and remember them in the context of modern humans who've largely forgotten this.
The thing is too, as we encourage people to do that and remind ourselves to do it, because I have to constantly remind myself, to just remember that this is beautiful. This planet, it's just so gorgeous. And but it's like the science shows how that ripples out through the collective consciousness and in a way kind of paves the way for more and more people to start becoming, the science calls it gratitude consciousness. When we really feel the beauty of something, it's such a healing experience. And when I started learning about how our consciousness, echoes out through the collective consciousness, I started doing a lot of research. And in the 1980s, I was in Nicaragua and I met Abbie Hoffman. For all the young folks out here, he was like the leading anti-war activist during the Vietnam War. He was one of the Chicago 7 that got prosecuted for the Democratic protests at the Democratic Party convention. But anyway, he was the guy that got 50,000 flower children to surround the Pentagon. Now, they surrounded the Pentagon with the intention of levitating the Pentagon. That's what Abbie Hoffman was telling everybody. Now, they didn't actually physically levitate the Pentagon, but what they did was it wasn't an angry, hateful protest. This was where the iconic pictures came, where the flower children were putting the flowers in the gun barrels of the National Guard surrounding the Pentagon, those iconic pictures. And so he organized these 50,000 kids to come out. And so there was no angry yelling or any of that kind of stuff. There was this lifting of the Pentagon. Now, they didn't physically lift the Pentagon, but there was a Daniel Ellsberg working for the Rand Corporation who was constructing the history of the Vietnam War. And it turns out it was all lies. And he had a crisis of conscience in the Pentagon, surrounded by these 50,000 kids. And then he ended up being a whistleblower, and historians say he ended the war. He ended the war. And so these vibes that you're putting out there, through this nature connection work, there's like a huge revolution going on in the planet, but it's never going to be on the 6 o'clock news. Only the people that are in it know about it.
Well, hopefully, as the climate catastrophes continue to increase, which they will, unfortunately, We've gone way beyond David Suzuki is very clear that we've gone way beyond the 1.5 aim of the COP meetings. And with that comes instability of climate, droughts, floods, massive increases in temperature, swings of instability of normal climatic patterns, which are going to have a profound effect on agriculture and food production and all these kinds of things. As we move into these periods of trial, it's going to be very important for the human species to remember. Actually, isn't that a beautiful word, to remember, to reconnect, to reclaim that truth of being part of the expression of the body of Mother Earth. We express ourselves as integrated, harmonious members of the body of all life. As we do that, the motivation to come back into balance and to begin to be able to sacrifice normal human greed with patterns of love and appreciation and respect, as most Aboriginal cultures do, the cultivation of the energy body through our beautiful Qigong and Tai Chi systems can lay an energetic foundation for this reconnection and coming back into a deep state of communion, which could lay a foundation for coming back into balance and helping to heal the immense environmental challenges that we face in these times.
Thank you, John. What wonderful contribution from you. Sharon, if you could keep the video ready in 5 minutes. Just before that, CJ, Siobhan, and George, can you tell us for a minute, each one of you, what were the highlights yesterday for the global celebration? Let's start with CJ first.
Oh, the highlight. Oh, I don't know if I could identify one particular highlight. I would have to say the variety. That's my highlight, is the variety, the many different things that were done and said, the fabulous videos that were sent in. I just think the whole as the variety of it, that was the highlight.
So the sphere of variety, where there were a lot of assets that we have created in form of videos and a talk. So that's beautiful. George, you are obviously involved with everything with Siobhan and others. Did you find, apart from the variety, did you find it was easy to use the technology? And if it was, how would you plan? We don't need to know the plan for next year. What incited you and Cheryl about motivationally and inspirationally? Over to you, George.
Well, motivationally, I think this needs to get out here, and as we expand, like Tai Chi Qigong Day, you take a look at the expansion here in healing, self-healing, and on the other side of the scale, you see all this turbulence that's going on. It's coming to a head. That's how I feel, and that now more and more people are going to get involved in Tai Chi, self-healing, and so on, and that's gonna change the balance of things. And once you hit critical mass, then it just goes like this. So that was one of the things. The other thing is that the ease that it went through. Now the technology is here. We didn't have to do much. I mean, we set it up. We put a basic time set that people are going to have. Somebody had 10 minutes, 15, and if they didn't do it, or they went over a little bit, which we tried to obviously avoid. What we did is we left a few minutes at the end of so Siobhan and I could talk, and we could fill in some time and introduce them to the next. But if it went over, we had the time there so it'd fill, and it worked out perfectly. So once you set it up, and we tried to get a theme, we did a section on cancer, we did a section on the heart, and then we added things like osteoporosis and osteopenia, and arthritis and balance and seniors and so on. So we tried to set it up so you get a little bit of everything. And I thought the group that we were reaching was more seniors, like us, right, everybody? So, and I think that went. So, and what happened is the interest from all the different things, and like Sharon said, all the different styles of coming together. I think that was you, Sharon, that said that, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So all the different styles coming together, because it's not now we separate the competition not only between the different Tai Chi styles, but the different modalities. Like you got Tai Chi, you got Qigong, you've got meditation, you've got yoga, and so on. So they're all part of the same thing. And generally, ego will keep people away from those things. And when you get rid of that, it doesn't matter because we're all living on the same planet. We're all trying to do the same thing. And people will be attracted to yoga, to Tai Chi, to Qigong, whatever. It doesn't matter because it's all part of the same thing. So, and again, the smoothness it went through, we expected it to go pretty smooth, but the whole thing for the 12 hours, it just went from spot to spot to spot. Siobhan was right on. She was doing some of the chats in between, getting information but yeah, she was amazing. And then again, Cheryl was in the background with Cole working on all the technical stuff. There's only 4 of us that did this, and it worked out perfect.
Thank you, George. And you mentioned Cheryl. Cheryl, what was your highlight? You were obviously involved. We haven't given you a chance so far. Over a minute, tell us what you loved, what inspired you, and what motivated you.
You know what I loved? I really loved all the people, just around the world trying to get in and can you put my video up? Can we do this? Can we do that? And I just loved talking to them. It was really cool, and trying to fit them in at the end as we're going through it. I noticed we had 7 minutes over here, 10 minutes over here. Okay, we're gonna squeeze in, and if we get to them, we get to them. If we don't, then you move on. You just do the best you can in each section, right? Yeah, that was my favorite. My highlight was everybody. Yeah,
and it was
so everybody was like so excited and collective. Oh, it was just so cool. So, yeah.
Brilliant. 2 things we have found out. CJ said variety. She loved the variety this year. And George said the similar thing. He said bit of everything. But George, you hit a quantum. When an organization really needs to be a global, quantum analysis is very good. And you hit that there were more senior people. So now we need to find a toolkit how we can get the nursery, the primary, the secondary students, and through education. Bill is very keen that we bring toolkit that we can go to education authority. So we're going to discuss that a bit later. Let's go to Siobhan because she was involved very deeply into this and working very hard. And it's okay. She's rested now, but she was completely deeply involved in it. Siobhan, number 1, what was your inspiration, motivation, and experience on this variety and bit of everything?
Okay, that's a lot, Nil, but testimonials moved me. The sincerity that speaks to me. The authenticness of people. The testimonials as well as the speakers. They're very grounded. They're very authentic. They walk the walk. It's not talking the talk. They walk the walk. And George and I also were very prepared for situations, challenges that might happen. So we never really got to chit chat about certain topics to fill in case we had a lull. So I would say the preparedness and looking ahead helped us a lot.
Wow, brilliant. So again, deep involvement there. I loved it. We did a bit of assessment at Healing Our Earth that there were 17 organizations which was promoting this. Bill and Sharon seemed to be a member in almost all of them. So it was easy for me to recognize. There were 2,000 and nearly 800 likes between the bodies that were actually sharing this matter. So George, you, Siobhan, CJ, if you can collect some data, hold all the assets, including testimonies, this will all be very useful for us to springboard and leverage ourselves into real global organization because I think we are now ready to go and hit some of the governments, hit some of the authorities and bodies. Unlike India and yoga and meditation, where the consulate and the embassy sponsors, Tai Chi and Qigong, because you are metropolitan Tai Chi and Qigongs. I can't see any indigenous Tai Chi and Qigong people here. So we have to go through a different route to find sponsors and things like that. And over the 3 years, we'll work together. Keith is already working in an exercise given. We will have a webinar with all of us. So we are actually live to the general public, so we don't want to discuss too much. Clara, keep your comments. Writing, keep your comments. After the video will come to you. Sharon, bring the beautiful music video. And then we also want Bill to say, because he was there from ground zero to this 27th. So Sharon, while you're clunking and clicking the video, Clara, you are here in UK. So UK works a bit differently. We go via Trafalgar Square, Hyde Park, or Wembley Arena. They are our prime. If you're from America, Times Square, and then you are known by everybody. So it's very important. Sharon, you are still sharing your screen and desktop. Yes. Okay, we are ready. And the sound, please. Sharon, you are trying to talk. We can't hear you because you have shared the screen and you are trying to talk and you're muted. Okay.
The way of nature is unchanging. Without certainty in the way, the foundation is obscure. Realizing confidence in the way, primordial source awareness opens. This pristine, clear openness reveals the heart of compassion, a compassionate heart and flowing one with true nature supports true leadership. Cultivating true leadership, one realizes the sacred way, embodying the sacred way. One flows with the Tao.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sharon Rose, director, producer, and composer for Quantum Chi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life, a beautiful documentary we've been working on for quite a while. And I'm happy to be here today to talk to you about how we work on the music part of the film. This is Michael Verdick, my longtime collaborator. We've worked on a number of films together. And we're working on a huge global fusion music project that will follow this film. So, hi, Michael.
Hello, Sharon. Maybe we talk about how we work, because it is a little unique, you know. During the pandemic, you and I decided that we wanted to work together more. We had a lot of time. And during that time, I had started a film project just before then called Respect. and I was working on that and using some remote software, but SessionWire kind of was a game changer for us. SessionWire allowed us to do things that I thought were easier and better than some of the other more expensive software. So, Sharon, you're in Colorado. I'm in Los Angeles, and we've probably done maybe over 1,000 sessions on this. And it feels to me like we're right in the same room. And the reason it does is for the folks at home, if you imagine that you're working with Zoom, this would be a much better version of that and geared up for audio production. We're not limited by where we can work. We could work on the East Coast, we can work obviously around the world, anywhere where internet connection is available. And this allows us a freedom to work with people in ways that we could never do while booking regular studios. SessionWire has allowed us to work not only Colorado in 2 places in Los Angeles, but also with an artist named Bing Chen, who is the star of the Tao, a virtuoso erhu player, who also plays Junghu. And one of the unique things about this particular piece, and it's not just this piece in terms of quantum chi and or the soundtrack, because she's playing it throughout, is that Junghu normally, traditionally, is not a featured solo instrument. Bing's working environment was a challenge for us because we couldn't find a studio that would use SessionWire that she could go to easily. So mother of invention is that we created her own studio environment. So Bing could perform while I ran the session from Los Angeles on her computer in San Francisco. Now, this isn't the only session that we did remotely besides the 2 of us. Sharon, you want to explain the Malaysia voiceover that we did with Amalia?
Yes, Reverend Dr. Amalia Wai-Ching Lee, who is associate producer of Quantum Chi, but is an extraordinary Qigong master and healer. She has a beautiful accent. So I asked her to record what we did was we took chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu's famous work, and I had my friend John Milton do a reinterpretation, modern reinterpretation of that. So then she was in Malaysia, and so we found a studio in Malaysia where they downloaded SessionWire, and we were able to work with her, virtually be there, see her, and guide her through her interpretation of the words. And that to me was extremely exciting.
One of the things, Sharon, I wanted to show is I wanted to show how we comp or compose up multiple tracks in SessionWire. So Bing's performance is this track here that you can see. And below it are numerous tracks that we use to combine to make this track. Now, there's color coding going on because what we're doing is we're grading different things that we think, oh, that's really cool, this is great, let's try this. And so each one has a different color, and you can see up here that the comp has various colors going on, and that is how we comp her. We use generally 7 or 8 tracks, and I like to say that, and I kid her about this, but it's really not totally a joke, is that we make her do more tracks because we love hearing her play. She's so good. That's basically what we've done with the Tao. There are other things on the Tao, and there are other versions, one that's a meditation version.
Being a meditator for many, many years, I found that it's just lovely to have music that puts you into these very altered, relaxed, harmonious states. And this piece, everyone said that they say, oh, I'm so relaxed. And so we thought maybe we should extend it and add binaurals and other aspects that will really put people into this very deep, relaxed, harmonious state. So I'm excited to do that because I'm here for healing people. This is what Quantum Chi is all about.
All of your works are essentially that. as a goal. One of the things that has made this experience for me working with you so enjoyable, besides our working relationship, is the fact that we are co-creating, exploring new ways of combining different music cultures. And even within the Tao, you'll find there's Indian, there's Chinese, this is not limited to the Tao. This is all through the Quantum Chi music, as well as the soundtrack, as well as other projects.
We hope that you'll watch the film, listen to the album, and really enjoy all the work that we have done in the last number of years.
That was beautiful, Sharon. Thank you for sharing behind the scenes. And as you become famous, you will be required by the documentary televisions and people wanting to know behind the scenes documentary, which you've already captured. And the sensuous woman that you saw at the starting, she's still here, beaming, smiling from Singapore. Wai Ching, you saw that. And we've actually been showing different versions. This is the latest one, but Sharon, who has been here for nearly 5.5, 6 years at Healing Our Earth, and every time people love it and they enjoy it. Let's take some comments on what they think of the latest stuff. I think the soothing music is very beautiful because music is international. One doesn't need to be of particular nationality to understand the music. If it's the lyrics, that's a different case. Here, there was a music. So it's so beautiful. John, you are here and you mix environment with meditation and Qigong, Tai Chi, yoga, meditation, all goes hand in hand. What did you think of the lovely music and the way how Sharon has involved people from different states as if they're in the same studio? Over to you, John, for a minute or two.
Yeah, I thought Sharon did a wonderful job of integrating so many different cultural influences on energy cultivation. And the music was a beautiful expression in sound of the core teachings from the Tao Te Ching, which is one of the most profound books on the planet. And it was a real honor to work with her, and especially because she had this multicultural context. She's got a very strong background in Indian dance and music, as well as, of course, in the Chinese systems. And I think she brought this multicultural perspective into the film in a really extraordinary way. And I think that will allow its reach as it begins to be better known around the planet through all these awards. It's winning a lot of awards right now. Sharon and I have both been astounded at how successful it appears to be becoming. So I salute her in this extraordinary piece of work. It's really, I think, going to be a big benefit to the planet and helping people begin to engage much more deeply with Qigong and Tai Chi.
Thank you, John.
Is this available now?
As you said, multicultural. Her background for more than 55 years with the classical Indian tradition with the super guru, Sitara Devi, has actually brought it into culmination of merging the culture. Wai Ching, you are a part of it and you are an associate producer as well. You've been with Sharon. Both of you are very close friends of each other. Every now and then you meet with whoever travels to whichever country it is. How do you feel now that you've seen it from the original version developing to the latest one that will be released? What's going on in your mind for a minute or two? Tell us, please.
Oh my goodness, my heart is so full. I mean, from the very first time we met, Sharon online, and she was looking for another teacher to interview, and she said I was the only one with quantum in the description of the Qigong that I was teaching. And then we spoke for 3 hours about dance, all sorts of all genre of dance and music, and that great sisterhood and our priestesshood, and it was just a love at first sight, literally. And then we met, And then we kept deepening, as you know. And this time I met John also in Creston, Colorado, and visited him. And he gave me the story of the Sasquatch, right? And that's the Bigfoot visiting him, and it was like, oh yes, he's speaking my language. It's mysticism, right? And so he had lots of beautiful advice for me on how to work with the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot, because they came visiting, right? So I had to get the confirmation of sound that that's the sound they were making when they came to visit. So it was very interesting to be invited to interpret the rendition of John's Tao Te Ching, and it was such an honor to really deepen into it and then to just uh, literally go with the flow in Malaysia with Michael, and just going through that over and over again. It was like deepening me. And at the last point, I could hardly speak because I was so much in the space, the Tao, right, Sharon? I mean, it was like, oh, when we went, it's like, oh my goodness, I was just in another place. It just transported me. And to watch it now manifested, right, crystallized in a on film and in music and image, it really brings to me the thought of how this timelessness of our wisdom and the teachings of all the people here can be so encapsulated to share. And this is the power of modern technology and the media of film. And I'm so grateful that we are able to do this, that we can create avatars of ourselves to be with people. And for the next generation, which I know that all of us here, we are really concerned about the legacy for the next generation and the generations to follow us. You know, with CJ and I, we are very keen on that. I mean, as she mentioned, we were going to, she still is, and I'm not, unfortunately, going to present on Tai Chi and Qigong for children at OSHA Institute, Harvard Medical School. But we are very keen to keep really this legacy, and I feel that this is I'm so grateful to be part of this, and continue to be part of this with all of you.
Brilliant, Wai Ching. And for those who maybe didn't know, those who are watching to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and a website, the soothing voice at the opening was Wai Ching herself as well. And she did a lovely voice together to match the melodious music. And talking about visit, Hannah, Sharon actually went and met John I think just a couple of weeks back. So their bond is still growing. I loved it as soon as Sharon showed the video to me, because they're all three of them are close to me. It's so nice the way Sharon keeps all the connections together. Pete, George, you and Cheryl were obviously watching this, and you show the whole movie is not out into the public yet, because this is just a teaser that we are showing. What was going on in your mind, the soothing music and the description? George, over to you and Cheryl for a minute or two.
I was doing Qigong in my head with the music. It was beautiful.
Oh, just wait until you hear the full. We're 50 minutes into this Endless Grace, this meditative album, and I listen to it when I go to acupuncture treatment or massage, or I'm doing my Qigong practice. And it just really puts me in this deep state. So I'm really looking forward to finishing it so I can get it out to all of you.
So am I.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is brilliant. So for those of us who are not on the Zoom and they're outside, if you got any ideas or any connection through your community, through your organization, through your school, and more importantly, if you're professional, through your Chamber of Commerce and Arts and Culture division, this is where this movie falls into, please connect anybody you know over here or Healing Our Earth. Anukul, you actually gave a testimony because you loved the moment Sharon just told you what's happening, and you saw a part of it just now. Your comments and thoughts. Anukul is the lead panelist at Healing Our Earth and also the convener for the SATA, which is Science and Tradition Association, that is information where Tai Chi and Qigong will be also be part of it because all the traditions will be merged in. Anukul, your comment for 1 minute, over to you.
My thanks. My feelings are exactly what John had said. That as soon as I listen to the music, I feel like dancing with it, and that's exactly what the sound does to you. Deep inside, it sort of stirs your consciousness, and you start really joining with it. And I think that is the charm of the music. I was comparing that with the number of ragas. There's 72 ragas in the Indian traditional music, and they all are meant to go along with certain frequency of thought process. It can be in the morning, afternoon, night, and they are for different ragas. And this is another raga where I've always been very fascinated with the classical Chinese music, which is fascinating. And I just enjoy the long drawn waves that you take in, and you sort of, it sinks deep inside your soul. And that's exactly what Sharon has done in that music. And it goes on very well with Tai Chi and Qigong.
And yoga, it's based, speaking of ragas, it's based on Bhopali.
Bhopali raga.
Bhopali, yes. And the long version also has sitar, has BJ Shrestha in it too. So the long version, I added sitar and duduk, which is a gorgeous Armenian flute, and vocal, like these vocals that are our friend Beth Quist, who has come a long time ago on Healing Our Earth. She was a singer with Cirque du Soleil, and she has a 4-octave range, trained in Indian classical music, and so she comes in with these, no words, but these harmonies that take you really, wait till you hear this. Bill's heard some of it. It takes you totally into this like very, very amazing dimension. And so it's really soothes me whenever I'm feeling stressed out. I just put the headphones on, I lay down, I start doing my Feldenkrais exercises, and it's very, very healing. So we want to do some studies to see how, this music affects people as well, lowers blood pressure. I know it does that to me. So I'm excited to get it finished and get everything out. I also want to say that we have now, Bill and I are working together with, and Amalia and CJ and everybody, Clara, we're working with my attorney and his partner, who is in Poland marketing expert. And we're starting to put the film out for screenings. So for different people in their centers. And so if you're interested, and anyone's interested, just go to quantumchimovie.com, and there's information to fill out about screenings. And we really want to bring community together. Bill talks about how during the pandemic, since then, the amount of people coming to the classes, we want to stimulate that more. And so we want to have this film and the screenings as a mechanism, and also help assist. Everyone will make some money from it. So, Bill, would you like to say something about that?
One thing I wanted to mention is if anybody who hasn't, if you go to worldtaichiday.org and sign up for the newsletter, our newsletters become kind of like Quantum Chi Central. And so we're for preschool school children. And I want to
a session on ADHD and how in 28 hertz and various other hertz which sort of match up hertz, and various other hertz which sort of match up with the frequency of your magnetic waves that generate from it. And there are quite a few interesting studies I was going over. But it's not a question of merely doing that, but also connecting yourself to your consciousness levels. Now, that a child will not understand consciousness, but they can certainly see the flow of thought in their mind. And they should be told to say, all right, tell me what exactly is going through your mind this second. And once they realize how to look into the thoughts in their mind that float around while you're listening to a class or anything, it may be worth telling them, all right, if you've got these feelings, why are you getting them? Where is it coming from? and see if you can keep that away and try to concentrate only on this. There are various ways of doing that, meditative techniques and things like that, but it's worth looking into it. I would certainly like to know the research that Bill would do in future. Very, very keen to know that.
Thank
And I
you.
would also like to have access to the video that you had, because your yesterday's annual the program was absolutely fascinating. I enjoyed listening to everyone, although at a certain time I was driving, but I still listened to it right the way, and it was fantastic.
Thank you,
Yes.
Anupul.
Yes,
And
I do want to say I'm getting messages about the Mozart effect. So my dear friend, he was a dear friend, and I actually performed with him a number of times, wrote this book, Don Campbell, who's passed away now, but he wrote a book called The Mozart Effect, in which he talked about the effect of listening to Mozart on consciousness. And it was a big, book that did very well in those years. But I do want to tell you that we are also we're going to put this. It was recorded in 440, but we have a mechanism by which we can put it into 432. So we're going to also do that and have both the 440 and the 432 available. So we'll be able to see, hear and sense the difference between the 440, which became the standard. I've done a bunch of research on this, but it became the standard because prior to that, for recording all around the world, when all the recording mechanisms came. But actually, what I read, particularly in India, every village had their own frequencies that they would tune to. And then there's all this research about in Europe, there were all the bells that were in the churches were tuned to specific frequencies. And those frequencies were different from village to village. So then at a certain point, they decided, I think it had to do more with recording. There's, some people say that it had to do with affecting consciousness in a taking all these amazing frequencies and narrowing it down to bring people more into kind of a materialistic, not spiritual way of being. But, generally it has to do with being able to record all over the world at the same frequency. So it's going to be really interesting once we finish and put it in 432 to hear the difference. They say it kind of slows it down a bit and deepens it. So it's been an amazing process working with Michael. Michael is someone who's multi-platinum award winning. He worked with the biggest names in popular music in the United States and on films. So the two of us have just had an extraordinary time growing and learning about all of the therapeutic aspects of sound. And my background with Kathak dance and the music, North Indian classical music, and the depth of that with the ragas and with the talas, the rhythms, just has served as such an amazing, and the spiritual aspects. Bhopali is dedicated to Saraswati, the goddess of music and wisdom. So it's just amazing when I encountered, all of these ragas and the different times of the days and the different effects they had on you as a human being. It just really serves as the basis of really my training in India, of everything that I do.
Thank you, Sharon, for bringing this wonderful teaser to us. Let's go to CJ. CJ, she has got a comment, and then we go to Clara, and then go to Siobhan. CJ, over to you for a minute or two. Thank you.
I just wanted to talk a moment about the therapeutic effects. And quite frankly, Sharon, I don't know what you mean by 440 and 432, although based on your conversation, I think it's a frequency that you're talking about. Okay. I only know from my own experience that I was, when I was in major pain, I was in a really bad car accident 22 years ago. And one of the things that I tried was because I went to a doctor and they said, oh, you got to do this biofeedback thing, and so they gave me piano music to listen to, and I listened to the piano music, and it was relaxing, I guess, but it didn't do anything. And then one day I couldn't find the tape, because that was back in the days when we had videotape, cassette tape. I couldn't find the cassette tape, so I put on a DVD of a friend of mine, Ronnie Selden, who did shakuhachi music. And one of his CDs was called One Sound, which was Zen Buddhist music from around the world. And so I was absolutely astounded, shocked at how big a difference it made in my pain levels. I listened to One Sound Zen music, and suddenly my pain levels, which the piano music would help a little bit, but the Zen music way down. Suddenly, 10 minutes with that music, and it wasn't really music, it was chanting, but I went into a complete deep different level of consciousness, and the pain levels changed so dramatically. It was such a dramatic change to me that I then started using that music every week with my massage therapy, until my massage therapist said, I can't listen to it anymore, you got to stop. So now we just do flute music, Indian flute music, which seems okay, but not nearly as good. I am very interested in seeing the meditation music. I want to try it and see if that gets me that level that the Zen music did. So 432 is the frequency of the heart. I did not know that, so that's really cool. Anyway, I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, CJ. And let's go to Clara. You saw the teaser. What are you looking forward to it from there?
What, Quantum Chi?
Yes, we are talking about that.
Oh,
The teaser.
yeah. No, I'm. There's so much information here. I just want to go back to the Mozart effect. So I played Mozart to my son in the womb, and he's a musician now, a professional musician. I'm sure that must have helped. But no, I love all of that frequency music. I can't wait to hear the Endless Grace again, which Sharon has been teasing me with, which I'm very grateful for. But I know it's going to be a huge addition to my own practice, so, and to be able to share that with others. But I just wanted to sort of feed back to you a bit about the inspiration that as a collective we are creating together in the world. I know you know this, but I want to honor it, and it's big and it is growing, and there's a momentum here that it wants to happen, as a lot of you have already spoken into. And Quantum Chi as the high level artistic piece is spearheading this next wave, this momentum of getting these healing arts out to many more people in all these creative ways. And that's one of the things that came up through I had like 8 guests on Chi Time, that's CHI time on YouTube, as part of my offering for World Tai Chi Qigong Day. And there was a conversation that came up around the frequency, or the energy of healing and creativity. Is something that Sharon and I spoke about as well. And I wonder, Sharon, if I'd maybe even asked you this on the interview, was that because you've been steeped in the Qigong now for like 10 years plus, and I know you've got a lot of other modalities, but particularly with the Qigong, has your creativity in music really enhanced because you've been doing more Qigong? So I'm very interested in the creativity aspect and what that is going to spark for people, as well as the healing, which we know is so important. But my goodness, we need some creative geniuses to help us at the moment, and for us all to be able to receive the creativity that wants to come through each and every one of us for the gifts that we're offering, all in our different ways. So I think it's a magical time to be part of this community, or common unity, and I'm excited as to what Quantum Chi is going to be doing. That can't wait for it to actually be released, like a lot of us, because people are going, when can I get hold of it? But I tell you what, when it does, oh my goodness, are you ready for what's going to happen when you release this? It's going to be extraordinary. But strong team.
Yeah, my practice, serves as the foundation of everything. And I came to Qigong after years of yoga and many different modalities. But there's something about the concept of flow that exists in Qigong that really, once you're in that flow, the creative energy just like, it's just like riding on this beautiful wave of bliss, you know. And the practice itself, like yoga, you know, puts you in such a deep meditative state where you become, as Amalia might say, a clear channel, you know, for the creative energy of your being and the universe to just flow through. And working with someone at the level of Jay Bing Chen and Michael Verdick, who are, you know, and Jay Bing, you should all know, has played a lot with Indian classical musicians like at Kennedy Center and, you know, etc. So yeah, the practice, and also the fact that I have had the yoga practice as well since around 1966. That really, and then of course John's words for the Tao. I mean, I remember when he first gave me, you know, because we talked about this and he gave me the words, and I was like, and wait till you hear the entire, you know, the entire music video. That was just a little taste. I thought that part about, you know, true leadership was really important to put in the trailer because we need true leadership right now in alignment with the Tao. But I'd like to, Siobhan, who has been very heroic in sitting for all day yesterday with George, I want her to give her comments so she can go rest.
Just very quickly, when I do my practice, a lot of times, not within a minute, but say like a couple minutes after, all these flood of ideas, like almost too much. And I feel I don't have enough time in my life to accomplish all of them, but the creativity that happens for me personally, I don't know if other people experience that, but doing the Qigong practice, because it is a moving meditation, I have a lot of inspiration and a lot of ideas. One thing that happened yesterday, I had a aha moment during our program, was that there are so many more things, I know you've heard this before, that unite us, that don't divide us. And some of those things I mentioned was music, food. You know, we keep concentrating on our separateness. And, you know, even one of the speakers, I don't know whether they said it out loud or texted me, but they were surprised too to see how many people in Tehran were, you know, celebrating World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. For me, that was like an amazing photo. I mean, we truly are united by these different practices, by art, by music, by movies, by popcorn, by ice cream. You know, we all, you know, if I don't have children, but, you know, if I had children, everybody wants the best for their children. You know, we want to be educated. We want to be happy. We want to have a good life. We don't want to have the stress. I mean, this was, I guess, Buddha's idea of non-suffering, you know. So anyhow, that's all I wanted to say. And forgive me, but I have sat so long yesterday. I need to play in the dirt. I need to be with my garden. I need to practice self-care. I teach it. I've got to practice it. And Sharon and Neil, and all of you, I love you, but please forgive me. I've got to take care of myself right now. May I be excused?
You gotta forgive me too.
Can't talk.
And George and Cheryl too. We need our rest. Is it okay if we leave?
Yes.
I'm
sure
Siobhan, we are shortly closing anyway after just one more video. Thank you and wonderful job yesterday. Wonderful. wonderful job today. And
Thank you so much.
may Earth bless you forever and ever.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
George and Siobhan. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So Sharon, now
Yes.
Anukul has a comment. Then I want Bill to have 2-3 minutes to conclude how he felt yesterday and how the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day has gone. And then Sharon, you can conclude. Anukul, your comment, please, and we go to Bill.
Yeah, just actually a question, not exactly comment. What is a correlation between hard metal music that people tend to enjoy these days in the pubs or in the various dance programs that they have? Hard metal music, very dance which does not appeal to me at all, and also the modified Bollywood music, which is a sort of combination of all these peculiar music. And I confess, I invariably leave whenever these music start, and I feel very uncomfortable. What are your opinion about this? Is it a concordant type of music? Is it a discordant music? Does it lead to more ADHD? Does it lead to less ADHD? I'm not very sure. Or does the ADHD, those people who have got ADHD will enjoy this more than the other ones? I see people walking about on the road with their earplugs, and the music is sometimes very offensive if you listen to it, but they're listening entirely in their own world. I'm not very sure what exactly is going on in their mind and their psychology, but something that I would like to ask Bill, Sharon, and of course maybe Clara might also be able to give some opinion.
Yeah, there's some work being done on water. Vida Austin has done Dr. Masuri Emoto as well. They've you probably know about this, the crystalline effect of heavy rock music produces like really strong, not very nice patterns within the water, whereas if you play at the Mozart or the high frequency music, it's much more flowing. And so if that's what's happening externally to the water there, what is it going to be doing to the water inside people's systems? So that's just me chipping in there with that idea.
Amalia.
Yeah, I have a confession to make. I kind of enjoy the music like that sometimes. So it depends on where we are in the mood and the effect that we want to create. Like some of us are so, sometimes we need this kind of energy to take us to the next level of activity. And sometimes to get into dissonance, it's like a deconstruction of reality, of food. And then we can also deal with the harsher, denser energies of the world, which I'm asked to go into. So I find that it has been valuable to get into that state of sometimes the techno, because that actually reflects the shamanic, repetitive drumming, that comes from that practice of getting into a trance state. So it does take you into a trance state. It depends on where you want to go with it and the intention. That's always, even in Qigong, it's like where the intention is, and with the music is where do we want to go with that? And so it's perfectly fine if we don't resonate with that music, because we don't. And so we don't listen. That's country and Western drives me nuts. So I can't handle it. And it's like that would be torture. You do MK Ultra mind control on me of country Western, I'll spill the beans on anyone and anything.
You haven't heard Willie Nelson.
Uh,
You must not have heard Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
But
no.
Shania Twain,
You haven't
yeah,
heard the right
I can
songs.
handle I can handle that. And also
Well,
the
the first night I got to New Delhi, I was so excited. This was like when was it? This was like 1983. So I'm so excited. I'm finally, I'm going. I got off the plane. I was, we went out to dinner at this restaurant, but they had a country Western band. I was like so excited. Oh, I'm going to hear tabla. I'm going to hear sitar. And there we are. And it's country Western music. It was so, but.
I just, you done story. Can I just tell a story that I was in an Indian neighborhood of Singapore, and then we were invited, one Reiki teacher, Chinese, and myself were invited to go, and the music was full on tabla and bhangra, everything. and he had the worst stomach ache possible and a headache as well. So what happened he did was he closed his chakras. He closed his chakras, and so what did that happen? It created resistance against the sound waves coming to his body. He closed it and he was like resisting and fighting it. Whereas I enjoyed it and was going like, yeah, yay, and then opening everything up and then going. And so I was flowing with the music and getting into it. So that's the difference. If you want to get into heavy metal, Anakul, that, you got to wait to have the right headspace for it, and then you can do some head banging, and then you just try it in safe environment, Anakul, if you want to do
I
that.
tell my students, when I sit out in the backyard in the spring and summer to meditate, you hear the traffic noise, and the city noise and everything like that. And when I first sit down, it feels intrusive. It feels like that noise is intruding on my life. But then, once I let go, let the pineal gland let go, and then you go into that kind of connected state, then the sound vibrations just feel like they're part of your field. You know what I mean? And so that sounds like a lot of the way that you're approaching the music, Amelia.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up, because that's how we meditate. So when we are meditating, nothing else around us bother us. Traffic noise, people talking. No, we are just right in
It's all part of the experience.
all
Yeah.
part of it. Because to be in the center line, which is part of the practice of Qigong, is to be able to hold polarities, the yin yang, and then everything, noise and stillness. The important thing is to arrive at the stillness within, and then everything else is still.
Yes.
Harmonious.
Sharon, let's go to the future episodes and then we'll do. So if you could tell us what's happening.
Self-care, self-love, Sunday, 3rd May, 2026. This is a beautiful show where we really talk about how to care for yourself, which is very, very important these days. So it includes hair care, skin care, better sleep, meditation, and so much more. Then International Mother's Day, the heart of the home, our eternal beacon, where we pay homage to all of the mothers on the earth, how much they do for us. Then mental health awareness. This will be a wonderful one for some of you to come on, because Qigong and Tai Chi really have benefits for your emotions, working with your emotions, etc., and your mind. So mental health awareness, action for yourself or someone else, for all of us on Sunday, May 17th. This should be a very informative.
Talk about saunas too. We should talk about saunas that day, because saunas are the best antidepressant on the planet. They create massive amounts of endorphins. There's no high school kid should be on antidepressants. He should have saunas at his school. Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Then, one of my favorites, yoga and meditation on Sunday, the 24th of May. We bring in meditation, yoga, but also some Qigong, Tai Chi, and meditation from many different cultures. Meditation is deep in the Christian culture, in the Hebrew culture, in the Islamic culture. Meditation pervades all of these cultures. But I did want to go back we made a what we call portrait documentary with Jonathan Goldman, who's been on the show, who is the author of Healing Sounds. It's the name of it. And he talked about this with music that you're referring to, Aniko. And he talked about when you're driving, you want this like fast, because it puts you in a beta state. You need to be like in a beta state. He's talking about the difference between alpha, which is much more meditative, and beta. And so he thinks that the music for that kind of music you're talking about, the real fast, intense, that it helps when you need it, when you're in a situation like that. I personally, the more I work on this meditative music, the more sensitive I become on every level. And I find it very difficult, especially if the words are kind of like toxic. You know, there's too much of this, like, well, my ex-husband was the attorney for the management and producer of the New Kids on the Block. And so we were at kind of around the height of the Western pop music scene when rap came in, and when that kind of like really not very sweet to women words and kill everybody, and you know, it wasn't
the corporate industry. The corporate industry pushes that stuff. There's a lot of good rap out there. The corporate media doesn't. They don't pick the good rap. They pick that rap. Yeah.
I was there in New York. It started that way, but then it got corrupted.
Right.
Right.
Yep. Just like rock music, you know. Yeah, they took all the love and peace and revolution out of it, and they just left the drugs and sex in. You know, that's how corporate media moves things. Yeah.
So we are the counter to that. CJ, it's really lovely to have you with us, and we're making progress on when we met. You know, we're about bringing everything out and creating this network, and CJ's done this incredible programming for Bill, and we'll be working with her to help bring us all together.
And it's basically to enable people to, like Tai Chi teachers, to be able to manage their Tai Chi business and get more clients and do all that other stuff. It's not quite ready yet, but I use it to manage the festivals and the other events that I do. And so eventually, very shortly, probably before the end of the year, it will be available to the public to be able to use it to manage their own festivals and do their own, like for example, MailChimp has recently taken away all of their free services. You can't use MailChimp anymore to send out emails to people for free. For years they had it, you could do it for free, and then they started breaking it. Oh, now you can only do it to 2,000 people. Now you can only do it to 500 people. Now it's down to 250 people less than once a month, which is just insane. Nobody, and you know, if you do bulk mail, you need to do it more than 250 people. So my services part of the services will be to be able to do that for free. But I want to go back to the music just for a second, because it just dawned on me, you know, when I'm driving, I found the only music that keeps me up when I'm driving is the rock music that I grew up with in the 70s. So I think there's a thing in your brain that switches when you hear music that you grew up with. So I don't know necessarily that was because it was rock music, or it was because of the music I grew up with, but it wakes me up immediately when I'm driving. So I don't have to, because I don't drink coffee anymore. So I need something else, and that's what I found works the best.
Now the 60s and 70s music was better music, and that's a scientific fact.
Yeah.
That's a scientific fact.
Although I'm not sure you could call that a scientific fact.
No.
Certainly my nieces and nephews will argue with you very strenuously.
They've done studies.
Music now. There's some good.
They've done studies on 60s and 70s music, and the coherence of it can be detected digitally, and the complexity on all levels. That the music you're getting now is computer music.
Yeah.
Kids, there's no soul. Their kids aren't learning instruments. They're using technology, and they're making all the vocals perfect. They're taking the heart and soul out of the music. So that's why you're attracted to it, because it's better music. I watch these kids on reaction videos, young kids listening to the music I grew up with. It blows their mind. They have never heard music with that kind of complexity and soul. Yeah. I watch those reaction videos all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also very interesting. The indigenous peoples are finding the fusion, you know, of both the indigenous music and the beat of the techno, and they're using their traditional.
Have you seen
fabulous.
Have you seen those world music videos where they have musicians all over the world that do, you know, famous songs that I grew up with? It's
Yeah,
gorgeous. Yeah,
I
play
was
for change.
actually my
Yeah.
first Qigong and holistic fair, which I did, was in WOMAD, World of Music and Dance. You know, they started by Peter Gabriel. So,
Oh,
you know,
beautiful.
we had fabulous bands. I mean, the genre of music, the quality was
Yeah.
amazing. So, and now there are lots of young people doing that. I'm collecting some of the clips so I can just share that. They're
Oh,
beautiful.
interesting. Yeah, that's
I am
interesting.
looking
Native
forward to it.
American, African, you know, Mongolian, or the throat singing together with the techno beats is just riveting. It's just really total modern shamanism.
I saw a video. I saw a video of a kind of an ancient Chinese province or whatever. Where people, the people been living there. Goes way back, and so they kept this music going through generations. And modern music critics, they call it Chinese punk rock, and it is the wild. I mean, it is the wildest, like primordial. Like it's incredible. It's really beautiful. I heard it on NPR. That's how I heard it. Yeah.
Oh, share that.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing the music that you're producing, Sharon. I think it's going
Would
to
you
be
like a little
fabulous.
taste? I can give a little taste of it as a
I have
closing.
to, yeah.
Sure.
I have to say
That'd be
also,
cool.
Bill, that I do aesthetic dance, so I had to start really slow and beautiful and very, very drum acoustic, and then I take it all the way up to the techno, and then there's the mic drop, you know. You have to hang that and then bring it down again, and then meditation. So that's what I do in my aesthetic dance. It's called transcend dance.
Oh, that sounds fascinating.
We'll do it.
Well, to close today, I will play you like a just tiny excerpt so that you can get a sense of its power and beauty. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it this way. Audio. That's not the right one. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Wait, I'll come back. I'll come back and find it. Okay.
So, John, it's been a long time since you've been here. Thank you very much for popping in. We miss your wisdom and your energy. So, whenever you feel like, do pop in because you've got a lot of things to offer.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Anukul, John can be introduced to Sudhir Sharahan because John loves environment in many facets, which is Sudhir's specialty, and the toolkit that Sudhir has created for the school children, the actual germinating box, maybe can be shared, and John will give an idea on that. John also used to organize retreats, so environmental retreats, and he had a following as well. So we want John bouncing back onto the earth and bring his wisdom as well, which will be very good. CJ, you are doing a wonderful job. A lot of inputs from you. So yes, do keep in touch with everybody. CJ, Anukul CJ will be very useful because she also knows academically how to put presentations up as well. And she's there in Pennsylvania in America. So that will be extremely useful. While Sharon is finding the music, Bill, over the 1 minute, conclude what you felt, how the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day has developed. Over to you, Bill.
Yeah, well, it all started because we started seeing students heal in our hospital classes, and then they handed me research, and then I realized that Tai Chi and Qigong teachers all over the planet were having the same effect. And then I thought, well, why isn't the news telling people? Because both my parents died of heart disease, and my mom wrote me a note, and she said, I wish I could go back a few years and learn the arts of relaxation that you try to teach me, because I would have loved to have seen my grandchildren grow up. And I found that note in my basement right when I was doing the hospital classes, and they were handing me all the research. So I started sending all of the media, because I knew there were people just like my parents all over the planet who needed to know about this stuff, and the media wasn't interested. And so then this thing flashed into my mind: if you can get a mass of people to do Tai Chi together, it'll be too visually spectacular for the media to avoid. And it was. The media just incredibly covered it all over the planet, all the major media. We reached over 1 billion people, media viewers, with information on Tai Chi and Qigong over the course of the 27 years. And then it all culminated with George and Siobhan and Sharon's documentary. And it's like being in the middle of some kind of huge, beautiful healing explosion. It's like I feel like I'm dreaming my reality at times, and the science shows that we do. And so that's why I think, as mind-body people, it's so important for us to become visionaries for the planet, where we don't say, oh, well, this doesn't work, or this isn't working, or whatever. And we say, no, it can all be fixed. It can all be fixed. We should already be fixing it, and just keep thinking, okay, it makes no sense that this isn't happening. We know this is going to happen, and because Siobhan, she was working with the people at the Princeton Paralabs, and she got to know John. Who's the guy that started it? Brenda Dunn and Dr. John. And she asked Dr. John, Siobhan asked Dr. John one time, she said, you've been through so much. You've been, tormented by your peers, your scientific peers, for studying consciousness and everything. And she said, how did you do it? How did you stick with it? And he said, well, because I knew I was right. I knew I was right. And we all know that. We all know we're right. We all know that, kids, people, everybody ought to be doing mind body all over the planet. It's just so obvious. It's as obvious as the nose on our face right now. And so that's what we're here as visionaries, to just keep espousing it, even when people get sick of it. You just keep saying
Sending out more emails and more emails.
Yes. Well, I mean, there is an ebb and a flow, but that's kind of another thing. But no, we just got to keep repeating the vision, and then it becomes contagious. It becomes contagious. Vision becomes contagious.
So we will have a webinar or a seminar privately off, because we are live stream into the consumers, and maybe guide the correct new way of going in the current day and time. Anukul, you keep in touch. In fact, the two of the Shaolin promoters are in UK, biggest ones. I haven't forgotten, both the events were done by me, and I think they are also connected with the Buddhism and Shaolin Kung Fu with Qigong meditation, and it was done in a big football ground. So Anukul, you can keep in touch directly with them. One is in Leicester, one is in London. They will have a lot of influence, because both the masters actually came from abroad over here. So I think if we find one or two solid names who can be part of our game, then we can bring the origins with us, together with the new metropolitan Western way of thinking. Then we can merge in, and maybe healing can be the conduit, so there is no ego over there, which will be beautiful. Sharon, put your hands up as soon as you got the real audio ready. So we're just talking so that we make sure that everything is fine. Waichin, well done. Not only being part of the movie, but the way you soothingly narrated the opening bit. So maybe you can bring on more of that. The sound, the way you attract people is very important. It's the first thing we teach people when they go on a big stage. The parapsychology and the socioculture behavior of sound. It matters how you attract people or a large audience. It'll be nice that someday for us to do Times Square, Trafalgar Square, and beam each other, and that will be very nice. So let's aim that within 3 years we are at that level. Trafalgar Square, of course, is the world's #1 square, led by Times Square, and then now India has sprung in from Delhi, the Pragati Maidan, which is very big. Tiananmen Square was very good from China, but because of a poor history of what happened there, People are not very keen. Then came East Africa, South Africa, Hong Kong, which square is now governed by China. So there is a bit of skepticism there. So let's go to wherever we have got, and people like John who bring in energy, because John doesn't want anything. Now he's in a blessing stage. He raises his hand and throws the raise. Bill is soon going to be like that. So Bill, within your shelf life, let's get that going. Sharon, your life has begun at 77. You've taken a new birth, and the way you've sprung up, following you behind you, not very far, is Dr. Wai Ching Lee as well, who is sprightly still and roving ambassador traveling. CJ has put things into a proper documentation way, which CJ, that's good because that's going to help. So I think together, if we unite as a one seamless family, no boundary between culture, language, and the country that we are in, then we can really spring up. So it'll be beautiful. Sharon, keep on raising your hand in case if you've got the audio.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Sharon,
Yeah.
just a second, real quick before you do that, on what you were saying about all of us, coming together and seeing each other. One thing I wanted to mention, somebody mentioned the events in Iran. There were major World Tai Chi Day events in 11 cities, 11 different cities in Iran. School children, everybody. It was really beautiful. So yeah, you start to see when, World Tai Chi Day, it's really changed the way I see the world. I don't see it the way the TV tells me to see it. It's a whole different world. People are so beautiful everywhere.
Anakul, quickly your comment. Then
I have an important request to make, and that is seeing the wisdom that all of music and dance and other forms of trying to tie yourself with consciousness. I would sincerely request that you try to get as much of material evidence that we have collected over time so that we can use them in Science and Traditional Association conference next year. So the more we can collect, and I'm not talking of merely what.
Well, we have the resources we have at World Tai Chi Day under Tai Chi and Qigong, the Medical Research Library. That's voluminous. If you go to Global Transformation Project and you look under the science on mind body for education, the science is voluminous there. We spent thousands of hours putting all this together just so people like you would have access to it. And then also you have the Gospel of Science, 2nd edition, and all that's meticulously endnoted with the source science. We've spent decades putting all this together, just what you're talking about right now. Our problem has been getting the mind body community worldwide to go use the resources. That's been our biggest challenge.
We sincerely want you to come and join us there in the conference. We can manage. That's number one. And number two is, of course, the various other traditional musics also. For example, I just enjoy the native Indian music when I listen to that. I've got quite a few of the CDs, and I play them in my car off and on. I went to Texas, a few years ago when I'd gone there. I go for the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeon conference every year. And if I visit Texas area, I usually always land up buying some CDs from the native Indian music, and it's fascinating.
All due respect to you, I want to hear the last little bit. So Sharon.
Okay. So I'm just going to give you the little bit of the opening so you get a sense.
Wai Ching, if you hang on, I've got a country music song you'll like. If you hang on, Wai Ching, I've got a country music song you'll like.
Good night. Bye.
Kundalini experience. Yeah,
That's
it's like it swirls right up your spine.
well, you should hear it with headphones because we have all kinds of swirling around. That's just the very,
that's
very
cool.
little taste of the opening of it. It will go on for an hour, and it shifts into different. I'm using Anukul. I'm using the concept of Sawal Jawab, question and answer. So so they're all responding to each other, and later.
That was fabulous, but I do have to go. Thank
Yeah,
you
we all
so
have
much.
to go.
Thank you.
Bye, CJ.
Bye-bye.
Night, everyone. It's 1:38 in the morning.
Sharon, if you
Wai
can,
Ching, I've got a personal mission to help you learn to love country music. I'm not done with this yet.
I know the good stuff, not about the tractors and the cows and the losing
The good stuff. I only listen to the good stuff.
Sharon, can you?
I know there's some good ones, of course. I'm only
Sharon, can you stop screen share, please?
Oh, sorry.
You have locked me out, so I can't function over here. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So Sharon, if you can end up thanking everybody, and then we can conclude, please. Over to you.
Yes. Well, it's been a wonderful session today. And it was a wonderful Tai Chi and Qigong day. And we hope that you all return and share your wisdom in many shows in the future. And just have a wonderful week. We'll see you next week for self-care. And that's it. Global Namaste to you all.
Global Namaste.
Oh, brilliant. I thought I'm in trouble because you had locked me. So I managed it somehow. Thank you very much, everybody. Wonderful. Waiting is quite late in your country, so you obviously need some sleep.
Okay, I'll sleep in.
And Anukul, I want to tell you, once we get this done, I'll send this to you. We have a little section of Sargam, but Sargam in a way that you have never heard before. Sargam with all these harmonies and levels and layers, and yeah.
That's very fascinating. I just the difficulty comes with me is that I'm more of an analytical person rather than enjoying the real depth of the experience. So I start analyzing, which is not a very good thing. So my master's in my is also Anukul, stop analyzing. You're then not getting into the depth of the stuff. And that's exactly what happens. If you take a flower and you want to see why it is so beautiful and you start cutting into pieces to see what it makes it good, then you can't get a flower back in its place. So that's a fundamental thing that I've got to get out of.
Well, we have the opposite issue with this music. It puts you in a trance state. And we've had to be very focused on, analyzing every little, aspect of it. So we have to just like drink coffee or something and
get into
it. To get that going.
Stay in your body, right? You have to stay in your body. That was what happened when I was recording. It was like with the music and then with the lyrics that John wrote. It's like the Tao was absolutely, in the clouds and with the Tao. So it's like, come back.
I think Dr. Wai-Ching Lee gave something very, very fantastic advice to me. It drove my attention to the same issue. And that is that it does not matter what music goes on outside. It's a matter of how tranquilly keep your own mind. And if you keep your mind quite sort of, as you said, pretty much neutral, in the neutral position, no matter what music you get from the side, it'll keep you still in peace. You can join the music.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Keep your sanity when you're in the shopping malls and they're playing Christmas music all the time. Or any festive season.
No, but
in the
more analytical way, if you see most of the places we go out for, say, a reception party at night or whatever parties, they're usually held in the evening, and you've had your meal, and then after that you have a big thing of dance music, which is absolutely rock and roll type of music. So I said, hang on, you just had a meal and then your intestine is desperately trying to digest it. And now you're jumping around like a crazy man. It doesn't sort of seem to match And I like to talk to people. And then when there's such loud music, I said, let's go out. So in the outside in the cold, you cannot stand out for too long. And when you come inside the room, it's loud music. I said, hang on, where do I go? Then better. I said quietly and relax and just shut my eyes.
Yeah.
I have a master guitarist in one of my classes, and I mean he's a master. He could play anything. He's in a Grateful Dead cover band, and but he's frustrated. I can tell he's frustrated because he wants to create new music, and his name's Harvey. And I say Harvey because when he listens to music, he goes into left brain, seeing the chords of the music. And I keep telling him, Harvey, stop doing that. When you listen to music, just feel the music, and then that'll, I think Wai Chin was talking about the creativity that sparks. And I always tell my students, when you meditate, have a pen and paper next to you, because you're going to get a ton of ideas. You know what I mean? When you go into alpha.
It's true.
Right.
I gotta go. My husband
All the
needs to
best.
use the studio.
Tell him happy birthday, or did he have his birthday already?
Yeah, tell him we said happy birthday.
Yesterday.
That was yesterday, right? Was it good?
Yes.
Yeah, your salmon you made.
Do you like the food, John? We sent John
Great.
some.
John,
Okay. I'm
you
also
make-
going to see Hana today, so
Great. Say hi.
I will.
Thank you all.
Good
Good night.
Thank
Good
you,
morning.
everyone.
It's
Good
great
evening.
fun. We'll
Thank you.
continue.